Good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm Craig Hickman, State Senator from Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. Today on our agenda, we have 6 work sessions. And this is a point in time where the public can certainly listen in. We are not taking comment from the public today. So if you are an attendee, you will not be able to speak unless we invite you into the panel to provide us more information on the bills that we have in front of us. But before we begin our day, I will ask for the committee to introduce itself, and I will go, committee members to introduce themselves, and I will go in the Zoom order that I see, beginning with Representative Dolph.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Joe Sandola from District 115 in the Western Mountains. And it wasn't below 0 this morning.
It felt warm this morning. Senator Farron.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Brad Farron. I live in Norridge Walk, and I have the honor of representing Senate District 3, which is the majority of Somerset County in the town of Rome and Kennebec County.
Representative McCray.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCray, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Supika.
Good morning. I'm Representative Laura Supika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Kinney.
I guess I'm already unmuted. I'm Marianne Kinney. I represent House District 99 in Western Waldo County, and I am going to have to step out because I have to get myself back home. I was at a doctor's appointment this morning, but I will be back in as soon as I can, and I'll be listening on the way home.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Riley.
I'm Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Senator Mearmont.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Mearmont, representing Senate District 12, which I don't share all the time, but it's Appleton, Camden, Cree Haven, Cushing, Friendship, Hope, Isle Ho, Matinicus, Muscle Ridge Islands, North Haven, Owl's Head, Rockland, Rockport, South Thomaston, St. George, Thomaston, Union, Vinyl Haven, and Warren.
Shout out, shout out. Thank you, Senator. And last but certainly not least, co-chair, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love Senator Mearmont's introduction. He usually leaves out Washington, though. I still need to find out what's going on over there. So I am Representative Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, Western Scarborough. Good morning, everybody.
And thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. I've never been Speaker of the House except for one day, and that's the gavel that I have in my hand. So thank you for that, moniker. And with that, I'm going to open the work session on LD 1643. An act to correct errors, inconsistencies, and conflicts in and to revise the state's liquor laws. And I'm apologizing. We have with us also Karen Montel, our committee clerk, and Janet Stokoe, our OPLA analyst, who will walk us again through this errors bill. Janet?
Okay. Okay, if you recall that this errors bill was derived from a working group in 2019, of which Senator Hickman was a member, and 3 bills came out of that. 2 were fairly substantive in nature and were enacted in the 129th legislature. The larger errors bill, which was mostly non-substantive, took a while to print, so there wasn't time to work it before the pandemic hit and the legislature adjourned. And although the committee met remotely and proposed an amendment, it didn't get finally enacted because the legislature never reconvened. So this bill before you is a compilation of the original errors bill along with the committee amendment. And the charts show you the summary from the bill on the left-hand side. Some of the items in the summary, as I mentioned, are a little bit incorrect because when it was compiled, there was just some confusion between our offices about what exactly remained in the bill. But I've gone through and made sure that you know exactly what's in the bill. So if something's crossed out, I explained to you why. It's not because it wasn't done, it just happened through a different law. And then anything that's highlighted is a substantive change, because you'll note that the title, although we talk about it as the errors bill, there is also part of the title says to revise the state liquors laws. So there are some substantive changes that the subcommittee of this committee, which was 5 members, along with the stakeholders, including the Bureau and representatives of manufacturers and wholesalers and others, all agreed would be appropriate revisions to the liquor laws. And some of the changes may look substantive to you if you looked at them, but they are actually just complying to current practice. And those I don't highlight as substantive because I wanted you really to see what was going to be a change if you enacted this bill. And then you can see all the citations on the side if you wanted to look any of that up. And then if you go down, sorry to scroll, I know that's hard on the eyes. There were some proposed amendments and then some technical issues, and I don't know if you want to go through those one by one. I'll look to the chairs for direction.
Thank you, Janet. I would like to discuss this section on fruit beers because I know that there is some consternation among some folks in the industry around that. And so let's see if you could just tell us how you read the proposed amendment that came in from the, I believe it was the Brewers Guild. Is that correct?
Sure. So let me show you what I did and then I'll show you what they did.
Okay, great.
Because I was just guessing. So to remind you of the issue, the problem is that right now the definition of wine in the liquor laws talks about the fermentation of fruit, and that's how you produce the alcohol that's in the beverage. And then the definition of malt liquor discusses the fermentation of malt to produce the alcoholic beverage. And there's nothing in the definition of malt liquor that clarifies whether fruit can be included or not. So there was a concern whether something that's like a blueberry beer would be considered both malt liquor and wine under current law. And also, were there any limits on the amount of fruit that could be included for it to still qualify as malt liquor? So really distinguishing between malt liquor and wine when you have a product that may have a little bit of both malt and a fruit that were used the fermentation process. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't know why I'm being so crazy. So the proposal that I put together was to, if you look at the definition of malt liquor, to clarify that it includes a product for which no more than 49% of the overall alcohol content derives from ingredients other than malt. And this is based on the way that the federal regulations describe the upper limit of a non-malt ingredient leading to the alcohol content. And then I also wanted to clean up the last sentence of that provision because the way it's written is a little bit awkward. And I just wanted to clarify that if spirits are added to that beverage, then it's no longer considered malt liquor. And that's consistent with current law, but I don't think the sentence makes sense as it's currently written. And then wine would be clarified that it doesn't include any product with fermented malt, so that you would be clear if fruit beer can't possibly be wine and it can only be malt liquor. When the Brewers Guild looked at that, they had a proposal that they sent yesterday, and I forwarded it to you. It is posted online, as you can see. And they had a much lengthier definition. I don't think they disagreed with my changes to the last sentence, but they didn't include them. But I would respectfully request that you do sort of rewrite that sentence for clarity. And they wanted to make it clear. And this adds a lot of language from the federal regulations. So they wanted to say that it's something produced by the fermentation of malt or any substitute or any combination of malt and substitutes, not less than 51% being derived from malt or malt substitutes or combination thereof, and then no more than 49% being derived from beverage ingredients, non-beverage ingredients, or any combination above that are approved by the TTB. And then they give the list, which is fruit, fruit juice, fruit concentrate, herbs, spices, honey, etc., and so forth. And then they also discuss what a substitute for malt would be. If you want to do that, that should be a separate definition, but we can do that as well. So this is a lot more detailed. I don't know that you need all of these details in here. I don't know that they're problematic. If you wanted to go ahead with this more comprehensive definition, then I might ask permission to sort of work with the Brewers Guild and see if it can be streamlined. Maybe it can't be, but if it could be, that might be a little bit helpful. And then also just to confirm with them that they don't have any heartache that I didn't in trying to rewrite the last sentence for what I thought was clarity, to make sure I didn't actually change the meaning of it.
Understood. I think that I don't see anyone from the Brewers Guild here today, unless I am incorrect about that. But Chairman Chiazzo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is a very complex process and a very complex bill, and I'd like to kind of maybe take a break here and just suggest that as a committee, we discussed, do we want to have maybe conduct straw polls on sections as we go so that we can keep track of what it is we're deciding. I think Representative Corey made the comment last work session about, you know, breaking this up into chunks that we can manage. So just kind of testing the waters a little bit here. I think if we get into each one of these amendments, it might be good for us to be able to discuss them kind of in detail and then take a straw poll and see if there are concerns that we can maybe give Janet a little better direction with each section instead of an overall. So just throwing that out there for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can explain that process just real quick again. So basically what we do is we'll meet as caucuses, and then as caucuses, we will figure out what we agree with, you know, everything within the bill. Do you know what may be more questionable? And you guys will probably have similar, or, you know, both parties will have similar, you know, concerns about what's questionable. So we'd quickly move in, right, everything that we think is fine, right? So, you know, the committee as a whole, and that would be after the chairs and leads meet in order to, you know, go over those things. So we would just quickly move all of that in. Then, you know, we would go back to the caucuses, have a little bit more substantive debate on those issues, bring them back to committee, maybe have substantive debate, do you know what I mean, in committee on those issues, and then move, you know, those remaining things in. But maybe it's just an easy way to kind of break it down and actually feel like we're making a little bit of progress on the bill instead of walking in and, you know, going and, you know, trying to vote everything in a day or two. But thanks.
Thank you, Representative Corey. Senator Farron.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one thing I'll add to that is that, you know, I think this is a complicated bill that's gone through. I also think we have some other bills on the table that may impact this. So there may be sections that we can do what Representative Corey talked about. But unless I'm way off base, I see this as one of the last bills that we may process out because we're touching some other legislation that may be affected or impacted by this bill. So it's they kind of intertwined.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments or questions from the committee about the process on this gargantuan bill? Representative Corey, you have anything else to add?
Sorry, I may have missed it in the analysis, and I forgot to pick up my binder when I was at the State House. But do we already know exactly which bills we're going to see this session that are going to touch this monster?
They're the ones we're doing today.
Just the ones that we're doing today. Okay.
Basically, so 1750, 1751, it doesn't really, well, it sort of interacts with this monster, but I think that one can be separately tracked without too much heartache. And then 1906, 1914 is slightly different. Maybe you would roll it in. I don't know. That would be up to you.
And do we have any more liquor bills coming at us? I haven't.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
So I agree that other bills we're working on may touch this, and so this one may be the last that we vote out in its entirety. And like the ideas we've had so far, I do want to take some votes today, not necessarily on 1643, but on the other bills in question. Right now, though, I'd like to just hear from, since I don't see anyone from the Brewers Guild, I'd just like to hear from the department about this recent amendment, because I do know that the fruit and beer and how it's classified and taxed and categorized and interacts with state regulation and federal regulation is an important one for the industry to have resolved. And so I'm going to invite in both Director Minio and Mr. Larry Sanborn, because I know that sometimes they give us information as a pair. And let's see. Chris Feeney, I'm going to invite him in since his hand is raised. Perhaps he is here from the Brewers Guild. That is correct, Janet. Okay, great. So first, before, I'm going to let all three of you introduce yourselves, beginning first with Director Minio, going to Larry Sanborn, and then Chris Feeney.
Good morning. Good morning to the committee. Good morning, Senator. Greg Minio, Director of VLA.
Good morning, Director.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanborn.
You're muted, Larry.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Chris Feeney, please introduce yourself.
Hey, good morning. My name is Chris Feeney. I work for Bernstein Sure, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Brewers Guild.
Great, thank you. So Mr. Feeney, can you just educate the committee a little bit on this issue as it has arisen over the off session and what your amendment attempts to do, to clarify?
Sure. So there was, as Janet kind of mentioned in her analysis, there was confusion over definitions where malt liquor and so some of the products made by the guild could be technically defined as malt liquor or wine, and that caused confusion. I think with Bablo, and there was some issues where taxes come into play, and different things with labeling issues came into play. So we were just hoping to clarify the definitions and make it so the products that the guild are making are clearly intended to be malt liquor, and we just want to make sure that the definitions reflect that, and that there's no confusion moving forward as guild members produce more products.
Thank you. Karen, can you hear me? Can you please send the link to this meeting to Senator Daughtry? If she hasn't already requested it, she just texted me and said that she'd like to provide some information about this issue to us as well. Thank you. And in the meantime, Director or Larry, whichever, Mr. Sanborn, whichever one of you, can you comment on this issue from a regulatory perspective and the issues that you may or may not have had with brewers about this?
Sure. I'll kick it off, and then I'm going to, as I usually do, turn it over to Larry for a little more technical portions of it. If you go back a few months, we encountered in Larry's department some issues that we thought were running counter to what we understood the law to be on the addition of fruit products in malt liquor. And industry came to us through the Brewers Guild. We listened, we understood what their concerns were, and I engaged the commissioner's office. Anya Trundy was very, very instrumental in reviewing this. We asked for what I would call an opinion from our AAG. And they came back with something that seemed to make sense in understanding the current law. And from that, we wrote a letter. And we wrote a letter to all the brewers, basically in line with what is being proposed, I think, today in the amendment. Now, I'm going to get Larry to chime in on that. So We responded, we listened, we responded, we got the legal advice that we thought we needed, because that's what we have to do. And then that letter was the guiding principle moving forward to fill the gap until this committee convened to address it in 1643. So that's the top line on it. It appears from looking at this amendment that it does match up with what the memo said. So I think that's a good thing. But if I may, if it pleases the Senator Hickman, if I can, I can turn it over to Larry Sanborn. Larry, did you want to add something to that, please?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. What we discovered was many of the products are flavored post-fermentation. We discovered that there was fruit being added during the fermentation process. When the beer was being made, there was wort to which a large quantity of fruit puree, solid fruits, whatever, are being added, and fermentation takes process. By definition, that we felt converted that product into a wine because it didn't clearly permit. It's a fermentation of other agricultural products. So we started to take a look at it because it does have tax implications. And the industry alerted with us, and we looked at it, and we did a stand down till the committee could take a look at this definition and write it. This definition is more in line with what the feds do. So we don't really have any issue with it. We just needed to get it clearly defined.
Thank you. And you said that it has tax issues. Can you talk a little bit about that? Or I can certainly also invite in Ms. Anya Trundy from DAFS, who I believe drafted the memo to us back in January. I'm promoting her now. Did you just want to speak briefly to that, or shall we wait on the tax issue side?
If once Anya gets on board, what I would say to you is, malt is charged at 35 cents a gallon. Okay. If by definition, we add the fruit prior to fermentation, we convert that malt into wine, which is now 60 cents a gallon. Okay. So it has a financial impact on the industry. We're going to take more money in revenue for the state, but they're impacted adversely.
Correct. Ms. Anya Trundy is here. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Anya Trundy. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. Though I don't know as I have anything to add to what Larry seems to have just said about the difference in tax rates.
Okay, great. I'll have you here just in case committee members have questions for any or all of you. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sort of have questions a little bit here, sort of surrounding sort of the process of kind of adding fruit. I mean, obviously, by adding fruit, you're adding, sugar, but are we adding more sugar than we are with the malt, right? So you're adding malt, and you're probably adding fruit, right? And that's coming up to a total amount of sugar that's actually put, do you know what I mean, within it, which, would eventually, my understanding is result in, a certain, amount of, alcohol by, volume, in the final beverage. My concern would maybe be, and, I could see the concern with the wine issue and the different taxation rate. If we were adding more sugar to the brew mixture through the wine than we were actually adding, through the malt, right? So like in my eyes, it's more wine than beer, right? If more sugar is coming from the wine, and it's more beer than wine, right? If more sugar is coming from the malt. So can you please explain how that sort of relates to this? And I also believe that the reason why, the federal taxation is where it is with regard to malt beverages versus wine beverages, it probably has to do with alcohol by volume, how much alcohol is actually, in the final product itself, by the amount of product that probably one consumes within a serving. But can somebody explain that? Thanks.
Who would like to take that question from Representative Corey? I don't care who.
I think if it's okay, Larry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you are our expert here. If it's okay with Anya, can Larry please respond?
So the headache for us on this one is our laws do not match the federal standards. The 5149 at the federal level was not discussed anywhere in our laws. What you're doing, or maybe doing here shortly, is bringing us in line that gives us a full understanding of how we derive at what percentages of alcohol are in a beverage and how they got there. We were simply operating purely on a definition that we discovered that it was fruit being fermented with other things prior to the ferment. Listen to Chair Chiazzo talk about his blueberry beer. A lot of those blueberry beers are flavored post-fermentation. They add a little blueberry nectar to the product. That wasn't an issue for us. It was during and prior to the ferment that the definition seemed to direct us to the ground that we're at now.
Thank you for that clarification. Chairman Chiazzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all from the department for being here. It sounds like we are coalescing around aligning with the federal standards or the federal definitions, which I think is a positive thing. I'm wondering if the department has had a chance to look at the newly proposed, more detailed definition that the Brewers Guild sent in this morning, or excuse me, yesterday. And if so, can you comment on that? And if not, would you like to kind of take some time and look at that first before we move through that?
Yeah, thank you.
I guess yeah. Sorry, Director Minio. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Good.
Jump in. Just looking at it, no, this is the first time we saw it.
Okay.
Just when it was put on screen. Like I said before, it appears to match up with what was in the memo that Ms. Trundy sent. That we sent to the manufacturers. But I think if Anya agrees and Larry agrees, we may want to just take another look at this if it's okay. This is an important step forward. But like at first glance, it looks like it does match up. But Anya, did you want to weigh in on that?
I would say it. I don't think that we have any hesitations. Maybe if you guys are going to bring this back for language review, we could weigh in then at that point. At first glance, it really doesn't look, it looks consistent with what we've been dealing with so far.
Yes, thank you. We will certainly give you an opportunity to clarify that even before we take the vote. We've discussed probably before you got here, this may be one of the last bills we vote on this session. But this work session is very helpful. I have promoted Senator Daughtry to the discussion, and I know that she has something to tell us about this issue since she is in the industry. Senator Daughtry, please welcome and please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry. I have the pleasure of serving as the Assistant Senate Majority Leader, and I represent Senate District 24, which is also home to my small business outside of the legislature, which is Moderation Brewing, where I am a brewer and have made several of the beers that have been discussed this morning. And Representative Corey, you had asked about sort of the process of, the fruit and how it's considered wine versus beer. And I sort of want to harken back to some of the testimony that was mentioned during the public hearing that I know this can be a little bit confusing, but this is a process that's been going on for decades and decades and decades. And this fix would bring us in line with federal legislation. The amount of fruit we're talking about when we think about a wine, so if you think about how alcohol is made, there has to be some sort of fermentable sugar, and however that is derived, that gets fermented and turned into alcohol. For a wine, the percentage is coming almost entirely from fruit. When we're talking about fruit and beer, I just need to be clear for the committee, this is a negligible amount. The amount of alcohol that's being derived from these is one of the beers that we were measuring wasn't even measurable, the amount of alcohol coming from the fruit. And also, if you think of the main brewing industry, we have places like Allagash and Liquid Riot that have won international awards for beers that have fruit in them. So this is something that sort of came out of the blue for all of us because we've been operating as an industry, you know, following, I mean, a lot of the beers that were, you know, held up and questioned had received federal approval and gone through the whole formula process. So, you know, this is just really, you know, this isn't changing anything. This is just correcting something and making sure that it is recognizing that this is how beers have been brewed for millennia and have been recognized by the federal government and by the state for years and years and years and years. Hopefully that answers the question about derivative alcohol. I have plenty of brewing books behind me if anyone wants a long seminar, happy to.
Thank you for being here, Senator. Chairman Chiazzo has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not necessarily a question for the senator. I'll defer until the questions for the senator afterwards. That's fine.
Representative Corey.
No, thanks for answering my question. You know, obviously, you know, as I was saying, if you know, the fermentable sugars, right, you know, a small amount of them are derived from the fruit and most of the, you know, fermentable sugars are from the malt, you know, it should be beer, you know, is it more beer or is it more wine? But, you know, it sounds like it's more beer. So thanks.
If I can also just add real quick that currently under federal law, we are not allowed to be wineries. So, you know, we have to, that would be two separate different license and wouldn't be allowed under federal law to produce that product. And also oftentimes, you know, if fruit's being added in a second fermentation, there's no alcohol being derived from that. It's sort of, you know, flavoring it. If you think of sort of like a barrel-aged beer or a barrel-aged spirit where you're letting something sit to sort of pull that flavor out, that's another area where, you know, fruit comes in as an adjunct and it's not derivative for the alcohol.
Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going back a little bit, looking at the analysis that Janet shared and the question about the last sentence. I don't know if Senator Daughtry's been able to look at that, but the last sentence, wine does not include any product that contains fermented malt. I'm wondering about adding that to what we decide on with this amendment. I wonder if that would, it seemed to me that helps clarify, but I defer to others. I just have that question.
I think Representative McCrate, and Janet may correct me if I'm wrong, but there are two in the analysis on page 12. You read from the end of the wine definition, and it is the difference between the amendment presented by the Brewers Guild, which is received this morning, and the analysis presented by Janet is actually referring to the definition of malt liquor, which is the whole last sentence is slightly different. It says malt liquor does not include beverages made with malt liquor to which spirits have been added, which differs from malt liquor does not include beverages made with malt liquor and to which spirits have been added. And so it's a different word, a different phraseology. Is that what you want to know about, Representative McCrate?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Daughtry, do you understand the question? Or is Mr. Feeney still here? I know that he also presented this language on behalf of the Brewers Guild. So either or both of you can weigh in on that particular.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. And then I'll kick it over to Mr. Feeney. I do want to say that is the language that we have discussed as a guild through our legislative council and are on board with. As far as the technical details, I'll let Mr. Feeney handle that, but that is as an industry and as a guild, what we are asking the committee.
Thank you. Mr. Feeney?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'd have any more to offer. This is, you know, what our members felt was the best way forward.
Thank you. Representative Doloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since this just came in this morning and Director Mino has not really had a chance to look through it and decipher it all, I prefer to let him go through this. And I understand this is kind of aligning to the federal standards, guidelines, etc. But I'd like to see the director and his opinion after he has a chance to decipher it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just piggyback on Representative Dolliff's comment. I think, Janet asked if we wanted to have her review the more detailed definition that we got this morning or yesterday from the Brewers Guild. I think that's probably a good idea to let her kind of craft that language, see what can be incorporated in that, and then bring it back to us all share it with the department, share it with the main Brewers Guild, make sure that that's in line with where everybody's consensus is, and then we can review that. I'm sure there are some questions about the details that Janet is fantastic about fleshing out for sure. So that would be my suggestion.
Absolutely. And as long as we have everyone here, Janet?
I just want to point out, I read this really quickly last night before I posted it for you all. And there's actually only one word difference in the last line. So I think we'll be fine. It's just about whether or not the beginning can be streamlined and then having to break out just to follow Maine's drafting standards. But I did want to point out, I don't think that the Brewers Guild is suggesting that you don't need to also change the definition of wine.
Correct.
So I do think you're going to have to add that as well. Just
Correct.
probably everybody knew that, but I just want to point that out.
Thank you. And the Brewers Guild also, in this new recommended amendment on this memo to us, has recommended some changes to the definitions of brewer and small brewery. Would you like to go through those as well, either Senator Daughtry or Mr. Feeney or both?
I have to pull it up really quickly, but Mr. Feeney, if you have it right in front of you.
Yeah, so, and we.
I'm sorry, please defer, Mr. Feeney. Janet, can you please put those definitions on the screen? Thank you. There we are, so we can all see what we're talking about. Go ahead, Mr. Feeney.
Yeah, so we brought this issue forward. One of our members found an issue in the current definition of small brewery to be confusing due to a grammatical issue. So what we're doing here is just proposing new definitions to take away any unclear, to clear up any confusion that could arise due to grammar. And again, trying to be as precise as possible so that there's no issues moving forward with the definition.
Thank you. Janet, do you have any comment on this language?
I do. So I understand my proposal had been just to say, instead of talking about brewing, lagering, and kegging, to just say a brewery for part of the definition is someone that produces the person's own malt liquor by the process of fermentation. And this is the way that the definition of distillery is written in current law. Winery talks more about bottling and producing. I can't remember. I don't have that right in front of me. But the problem with the way this proposal is written, as I don't think the revisor's office would be okay with it, because it looks like the definition is giving the brewery and the small brewery the authority to do these actions. The way that the definition is written in the bill currently, which I completely agree with the Maine Brewers Guild, is confusing grammatically. I 100% am on board with that. That's the kind of thing that I usually notice. And when we did draft this, we thought it was kind of funny, but we were just following current law in the small brewery definition that already pre-existed. So I think that the grammar is weird, but the way it's written in the bill is that you're just describing the activities the person engages in. I think what the Brewers Guild wants is to be clear that you're allowed to do these things, but you don't allow someone to do things through a definition. That's not the way we write definitions. So I don't know. I think that I could work with Chris Feeney or whoever wanted to work with this, Senator Daughtry or the Bureau as well. I was thinking of cross-referencing, not cross-referencing, but incorporating the definition of manufacturer, which I wrote down on my piece of paper what page it's on. But the definition of manufacturer in current law talks about that if you're a manufacturer, you distill, rectify, brew, ferment, bottle, or otherwise produce liquor. So if instead of referencing a person, you reference a manufacturer, you're talking about all of those different authorities. They can do all of those things. And then it's a manufacturer who produces the manufacturer's own malt liquor. I think we might be able to get the concepts that the Brewers Guild wants and the clarity that's required for definitions not actually being substantive in nature. I know it sounds like a weird distinction, but it actually matters.
Yeah.
And while it sometimes frustrates me when the revisor's office says you can't do that in the definition, when I stop and think about it, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Definitions shouldn't be substantive. So I think that we could probably work that out in some way that would satisfy the drafting standards and satisfy the Brewers Guild's concerns, which I think are very well, I can't think of the right word, but they're right to have that concern with the current definition in the bill.
Thank you, Janet. And you can please stop sharing your screen. Are there any comments or questions from the committee about this section of definitions, redefinitions? Great. Seeing no further questions about this, it sounds like what we need to do is take a break and discuss this amongst ourselves as caucuses. And we have already said we won't be taking any major votes on this particular piece of legislation today because we have other bills that may impact the final disposition of the language in this bill. So I'm encouraged by the fact, however, that we will get this bill reported out this session finally. I just had a few more questions. Janet, if you could share your analysis, and I just want to use the time we have a little bit longer on this because the department is here. I want to just go through the technical amendments on page 15 and 16 and get feedback from the department to help us as a committee answer the questions that Janet has. So if you don't have an answer to any of these questions right now, that's fine, department. But if you do, please, as we did in the work sessions in the subcommittee, please offer, whether it's Mr. Sanborn or Director Minio, just offer very simple answers. And Janet, can you please ask the questions and I will take notes on the answer that we get from the department.
Certainly. So their first one is just pretty, I almost put that in just to make people smile, is whether the definition of indoor racket center, which lists the types of racket sports that are affected, if you wanted to add pickleball. Because right now it says tennis, squash, handball, paddleball, and badminton.
Let's see, my screen isn't showing me hands go up. Mr. Sanborn or Director Minio, do you have any opinions on question 5?
Racquetball courts. I'm going to defer to Larry on this one. Larry, I'm sorry to do it again, but can you respond to this one? You may have a little more additional knowledge on this one.
When the definition was originally drafted way back when, they never contemplated anything such as pickleball. In my neighborhood, we play onion ball. So I don't know if that will become a racket type game at some point by my grandchildren. We would consider pickleball as part of a racket sport that requires a paddle or a racket. Certainly you can add it. Clear law beats rule, but
thank you.
We would have interpreted pickleball as a racket game.
Okay. So we'll say yes. I will say yes. We can consider that as a committee as well. But for now, we'll put that down if you can all take notes. Question 6, item 6. Janet.
Sorry, I'm trying to write down in all different places. Okay, item 6 is in the statute governing discount rates, which is section 606 of the title. It says in the bill that the Bureau establishes the wholesale price of spirits, which is the price paid by agency liquor stores as a certain discount off of the retail price. And I just wondered if the provisions of subsection 4B, which talks about the discount rates for small distilleries, if that similar language should be included.
Are you asking me to respond? May I?
Please, Director.
Yes, okay. Well, number 6 itself, I'm not sure, Janet, that reads correctly. That Bablo establishes the wholesale price of spirits, i.e. the price paid by the agency liquor stores. That is correct. But then as a certain discount off of the retail price. I don't think that's necessarily correct. When we talk about the discount off of the retail price, that's the margin, the profit that the retailer makes. It just doesn't, I don't think it reads clearly. And if it's okay with the chair, can you allow Tracy Willett to enter the Zoom? She's our our spirits operations manager.
Absolutely.
Maybe she can. Thank you. We're a lean team, but we're all hands on deck today.
We're all here today. Thank you. I am.
Yeah, we're all here, and we hope that helps.
Yeah, I see that in the bill on page 25 of the bill, which is what the analysis refers us to, is that we were striking of the retail price and replacing it with off the retail price. And that's where this question comes from. And so in the printing of this bill, it would seem that that was something that the subcommittee agreed to do. So we will have Willette come into,
yes.
Is she hearing yet? Let's see.
Senator Hickman, would it be helpful for me to share that page of the bill? Because I think we're not agreeing on what the question is.
I agree. Yes, please share that page of the bill. And it looks like Ms. Tracy Willette is here now, and you can introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Willette, and I am the Spirits Operations Manager for the Bureau.
Thank you. And we're going to look at a portion of the bill itself. And it's on page 25 of the bill. And the question is in regards to.
So right now, the bill proposes to clarify in this section of the law, which is about discount rates. It right now says that the Bureau sets the price of spirits, and the subcommittee thought it was very important to distinguish whenever the word price is used, whether we're talking about a wholesale price or a retail price. And so the language of the bill clarifies that this is the wholesale price that's being set, clarifies that's the price the agency liquor store pays to purchase the spirits, and it's a minimum discount of 12% off the retail price. The section right below talks about the discount rate for a small distillery already includes the 22.75% off the retail price. But it just talks here about the Bureau shall set the price. And I thought, should this word wholesale be added here? So we're making it very clear, this is not the Bureau setting the retail price or some other price in this section. That was my hope when I wrote this part of the bill analysis, to try and get that point across. It may not be written clearly, but that's what I'm trying to say, is that you're talking about the wholesale price here, not the retail price.
Yeah, I'll tee it up again for Tracy. Yes, the wholesale price language should be in both sections.
Okay.
But what I'm struggling with is that phrase after the hyphen, as a certain discount off of the retail price. Tracy, can you just comment on that?
Yeah, what this is referring to is the product that the small main distiller would be selling out of their own retail space. So in that instance, we do treat them like an agency liquor store because they're making that sale from their space. So I think wholesale is appropriate in that spot.
Yeah, but how about the phrase, Tracy, in number 6? I'm sorry, the wording after the hyphen. that's not necessarily referring only to, I don't think, only to in-state distilleries, is it, Janet? Number
Now,
6, isn't that more broad?
no, because this is 606 4B.
That's
And
why I
4B,
wanna-
this is a small distillery license under 1355A. That's only in Maine.
Okay, so then I think
So
you
you-
answered my question.
yeah,
Then number
okay.
6 then is that sentence after the hyphen only refers to small distilleries. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay, so then Tracy, I don't mean to go back and forth, Senator, I apologize, but.
it's
but-
okay.
But Tracy, can you then just look at that with the wording after the hyphen? Now understanding that it only refers to in-state small distilleries, is that correct?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Janet.
No, we are going to get this right. So question number 7, no one go anywhere, please. And I am allowing deference to you to discuss this amongst yourselves in order to provide the committee clarity before we take our break. So feel free to jump in as you need to, Director, and ask your staff whichever questions that you need to ask them in order to give us what we need and what Janet needs to make this right. So bullet point 7.
So this is hopefully straightforward. There's just a definition of business entity that appears in multiple places in the law now. And the question is whether it makes more sense to just put that definition in the general definition section so you don't have to define it many times throughout the title.
I believe that I think that's correct. Again, Larry Sanborn's on. Again, sorry to be conversational, but Larry, I think that's fine.
Fine by us.
Great. Moving on.
So
Number 8.
the next one is just a correction that I should have put in probably the original bill, but the more you read Title 28A, the more you find things. So the bill changes what a special warehouse storage facility gets from a certificate of approval to a license. And then when you look at a different provision of the law, it refers to a special warehouse storage facility as being a certificate of approval holder. And that phrase, as it's defined in the law, will not apply to the facility if it has a license instead. So I was just going to take out the certificate of approval holder and put in the appropriate word there. Probably licensee, but I'll look at it and see again.
I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is also pretty, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what number. Okay, 9.
Number 9.
So this is just a fixing of a head note. If you look at the head note of section 1055, it refers to a restaurant, which sounds like it's just generally referring to restaurants, but that's a defined term in statute. And if you actually look at the section, it only applies to Class A restaurants, and Class A restaurants or lounges, and those are defined separately from restaurants. So I just wanted to fix the head note.
Yes.
Yep.
The next one I actually got help with from Larry. So I saw the phrase liquor enforcement officer when I was looking at the bill, and it appears twice within the title, but I was doing research for a different bill and remembered that there used to be liquor enforcement officers through the Department of Public Safety. So I contacted Larry and asked what would be the correct term, and he suggested liquor inspector. So I was just suggesting taking out the phrase liquor enforcement officer wherever it appears in the title and putting in liquor inspector.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just trying to find where that is in the bill. If you just give me 1 second. Bill page 54.
Yeah, it's in the middle. It's on line 15.
Yes, I see it. So you are thinking that that's just going to say the club shall allow any liquor inspector or
Correct.
authorized agent of the bureau. Okay.
Yep. And then there's one other place it appears in the statute and would be a similar substitution of the phrase.
Thank you.
It's not in the bill already, but we could easily add it.
Yep.
Number 11 is another one of those just minor little things. The head note of that section talks about a skating center. It's missing the word indoor, which might not really matter to anyone except the defined term is indoor skating center.
Yep.
Okay, the next one is number 12. This is maybe a little hard for me to explain, but I'll try. So typically under section 8034, which is in the disciplinary authority provision of Title 28A, it says that if you have a liquor law or rule violation and the court or through a consent agreement or wherever, there's a decision that there will be a license suspension, then only the license that you have as a licensee, only the license where the violation occurred would be suspended. But if you had a revocation, it would be all of your licenses could be revoked at the same time. Under the mobile service bar provision, it says if you're going to be a license suspension, then all of your licenses would be suspended at the same time. And I imagine that's because these mobile service bars are located at another entity that has a license, for example, at a golf course or disc golf course. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of email and it's making a lot of noise in my ear. So I think the idea was because they're so intricately connected, you might suspend them together. I'm just guessing how that evolved, but that is a difference from the general rule. So I wanted to put in a notwithstanding provision so everybody's clear that this is a difference from the general rule.
Director?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. I do. And again, Larry, it makes sense to me. Larry, are we good with that?
Yes, we're good with that. Mobile service bars are only at golf courses and disc golf courses.
So we're fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So the longest provision in the statute and in the bill is section 1355A. That's your main manufacturers. That's quite a long statute. And the bill does a lot of reorganizing it, hopefully for clarity. The stakeholders hoped that. But in looking at it, if we've been talking a lot about the TTB, so I noticed that statute specifically says if you want to have a distillery or small distillery license, you need TTB authority. And if you have a tenant brewery or tenant winery license, you need TTB authority. But that requirement is not listed for breweries or for wineries. And I just wondered if it should be equally listed. If so, I would look to the Bureau to help me with the wording because I am not the expert on how you call the authorities that the TTB issues, and the wording is different between distilleries and tenant breweries and tenant wineries right now. So I just want to make sure I didn't, by clarifying, make it worse.
Okay.
I think it should be consistent. Larry, I think you would agree. And Janet, Larry can help facilitate any kind of outreach to TTB on this matter. Larry?
Yes. I'm at her disposal.
So you all will work that out. Great.
I just want to point out to anybody on the committee who's listening, this is exactly how the subcommittee process worked. Larry and Greg and everyone was so helpful to me because I just don't know the answer to these questions. So I just want to thank them again publicly. It's really very helpful.
You're welcome.
14. Can we come back to that? My mind is freezing on that. 15. Oh, this is just really minor. We tried to standardize the order in which malt liquor, wine, and spirits are listed in the statute, and we just missed this one. So I just wanted to switch the order. It really doesn't matter. You could say no, and I would not cry or anything. But if you're already trying to fix the statute, might as well fix that too.
I agree. And the director is nodding his head. So the answer is yes.
Another thing we did was try and get rid of redundancies when new definitions were made, and there was just one redundancy missed as far as the spirit supplier definition. So spirit suppliers are defined in the bill as manufacturers or out-of-state importers of spirits that have the certificate of approval. And here there's a statute that talks about a spirits manufacturer or spirit supplier. A spirits manufacturer would be a spirit supplier, so that's redundant. So the suggestion is just get rid of that redundancy like you did in many other places in the bill.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Committee members, stay with us, please. This is exhilarating stuff.
Okay, I'm going to actually look at the bill page for this one to make sure I say it right. So if you have your bill in front of you, it cannot possibly be page 159, which is why I'm going to look it up, because there are only 100 pages in this bill.
Should be 16.
It's page 84.
Okay, page 84. So we're on 17, and we're looking at the bill itself, page 84.
So this is a provision, it actually starts a little bit on page 83 about adjusting excise tax accounts based on products that might have been destroyed or something like that. And the whole provision of 1652 is about malt liquor, wine, and low alcohol spirits products. But if you look, the words low alcohol spirits products don't appear throughout this adjustment provision. And I am assuming, but I could be wrong, which is why I'm glad we're asking, that all of these credits for different types of reasons why you don't need to pay the tax would apply equally to low alcohol spirits products, even though they're not listed on page 84 in those multiple paragraphs. So if that is true, you should probably add low alcohol spirits to each of those locations.
And I would agree. Larry, is there anything that would stand in our way with agreeing with? I think makes sense to me. That we would include low alcohol spirits for credits as well.
The only thing that I was chasing just now under 1652, because we had conversations earlier about the triplicates on the purchase orders, we've exploded those into each category. And when I look at 1652, there's the word cider, there's low alcohol spirits. I'm concerned about fortified wine, sparkling wine. I just need some time to maybe talk with Janet and review the law.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question, Senator and Janet. I thought there might be something underlying here, a little more, devil in the details kind of thing. So if we may, can we ask Larry to work with Janet on that, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And the last one is a lot bigger of a question. So under the law, there are statutes that talk about the importation and transportation of spirits, what type of importation and transportation is allowed and what isn't allowed. And the same, there are provisions about malt liquor and wine being imported into state, when that's allowed and when it's not, and when it can be transported within state and when it can't be. And there's nothing talking about low alcohol spirits products. So I was just wondering if there should be statute, if that is too big of an ask. You could, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, if that's too big to worry about adding now, then it could be that the committee could suggest to the Bureau that it propose how to fix it maybe for the next session if we don't have time to get to that now. It's just, it does seem to me that the law should probably provide for those products as well.
Yeah, we would agree. This is a broad topic. I think Larry would agree. Larry, any thoughts on that? I think we might need more work on this one. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think conversations with Janet to help her.
And is this something, Mr. Sanborn, Director, that you think we can take up before we report this bill out this session?
I'm sorry for interrupting. So
Okay.
I think we can, Larry.
Okay.
I don't know why we wouldn't be able to. we'd like to get this done. It's like everybody
Okay.
else. Larry, what do you think?
Well, I think it's an afternoon, a momentary afternoon conversation with Janet.
Yeah.
And I think it's a pretty easy fix.
Yeah, definitely.
Great.
Okay. And then the one we skipped, let me see if I can remember. 14. Maybe just so that you don't have to wait for me to try and remember what I meant there, you could just direct me to work with the Bureau on that. We could see if if that makes sense. I'm just not going to be able to think of it off the
That's
top.
fine. We will direct you, Janet, to work with the Bureau on item 14, as you are on other items that we've discussed this morning.
Yeah,
Let me just make sure I don't have any more questions. And Representative Wood has a question.
This is a very minor question. I was trying to follow along on number 17, where it says page 159. What was the page that it really was supposed to be?
84.
84. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Let's see if I have any other questions for today on this bill regarding anything else that's in the analysis. And I will also ask that of other committee members as well. If you see anything else in the bill analysis that seems like we have no idea what we are asking Janet to do or the department to do, please speak now or forever hold your peace. Anyone? Great. So thank you all for being here to walk us through another review of 1643. We, of course, will be returning to you for input on the other bills we have in front of us today. But I do think that this would be an appropriate time to call for a motion to table this work session so that we can break for our caucuses.
So moved.
It's been moved by Representative Kenny to table. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor of the tabling motion, please indicate by a show of hands and leave them up. Turn your camera on if you wish to vote on this tabling motion. If not, present and voting. Karen?
It's like 10.
1, 2. That's what I see. The motion prevails. The 1643 is tabled, and so we will close the work session on that for now. And Chairman Chiazzo, you will send the link for our caucus.
Yes, sir. As soon as we drop out of this one.
Great. And how long do we expect to take? Let's say we come back, let's shoot for 11:30. Okay, it's 11:08 right now. We will shoot to return at 11:30.
I would just defer and see if my counterpart, Representative Kinney, if that's enough time for you as well.
I think that will work for us.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you all. It is 11:30. I'd like to resume the meeting doesn't look like everyone is back yet, so we'll just wait a few more minutes for folks to come back so we can continue. That will happen shortly. As people return, if you could just turn your cameras on so that we know that we're here. For people listening, we are going to change our order a bit. We are going to take up LD 1751 first, followed by LD 1883, because we intend to vote on those bills. And then we will discuss 1715, 1906, and 1914. And we will not be voting on those today unless something changes while we are working those bills. It looks as though we do have a quorum in attendance. And so with that, I am going to open up the work session on LD 1751, an act to make permanent the changes to the liquor laws made by Public Law 2021, chapters 3 and 91. Just for a reminder to those who may have missed these work sessions earlier, Janet, if you could just give a quick.
Sure. Last year, can you hear me? Sorry. Last year, the legislature passed 2 laws that went through this committee. The first was thought of as the Liquor to Go bill, which allows on-premises retailers to sell liquor products for off-premises consumption. Wine and malt liquor would be in their original manufacturer's containers, and spirits would be sold as part of a cocktail. That cocktail could also include wine products as well. Those sales would have to be accompanied by a food order. And then distilleries and small distilleries were also given the authority in that same law to sell their spirits products in cocktails for off-premises consumption, also cocktails to go. But the distilleries were not required to have a food order. There's a lot of requirements in the rule about the sealing of the container for a cocktail, delivery of all different types of liquor to go, and checking IDs, et cetera, and so forth. The other law, Public Law 2021, Chapter 91, was about the authority. It was enacted later, and it was about the authority of distilleries and small distilleries in Maine to serve cocktails for on-premises consumption, which included their spirits products mixed with other products. So both of those bills were enacted with automatic repeal of September 10th, 2022. And 1751 would get rid of that repeal date, so it would allow those authorities to go on in perpetuity, I guess is the word.
Thank you. I will ask the committee if it is ready to make a recommendation on LD 1751. Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we heard the public testimony, and as we talked about this bill a little bit, that there was a little concern about repealing the whole thing. And I'd like to offer a conversation or an amendment that maybe we, instead of making it permanent, we consider extending the sunset. And I know there's a time frame that works into this from when we are in session plus getting through seasons. And doing my math, I think, somewhere around March 2025, extending the deadline would make sense. And I'd be interested to see what other committee members thought of that.
So Representative Chiazzo.
Apologize, it happens every time I unmute myself, my phone rings. So I would concur with Senator Farron. I mean, I think, we heard from the hospitality industry. I think this was originally an emergency measure to help us deal with a pandemic and to give a lifeline to, or at least some assistance to some of the restaurants and establishments out there that were really struggling with people coming in and when we couldn't meet together. I'm not 100% convinced that we're through that challenge yet. And I think it makes sense that we continue that through to give them that assistance. But I would agree with Senator Farron. I think we need to see some more data in terms of health impact and some of the concerns that were brought up in the public hearing. So this will give, to me, it does twofold. It allows the establishments to continue with business as usual and maintain that potential added lifeline if they need it. But it also gives parties enough time to gather some data and really put some hard numbers next to this. So when a future legislation comes back and looks at this at the sunset, they'll have something to base their decision on whether they want to make it permanent or not. So I would support Senator Farron's amendment, and I'll second that if it's appropriate for that time.
So this proposal would extend the sunset until the first regular session of the 131st legislature. Is that correct? Is that intentional?
I'm doing my
saying that wrong. You said
believe it would be the
2025. Odd years tend to be the first regular session of a legislature, correct?
So it'd be the 132nd.
Second.
132nd.
Yes, we're in the 130th. So we'd be skipping an entire legislature and revisiting this in the first regular session of the 132nd legislature.
Correct.
And that's the intent of the recommendation. So have you made an official motion, Senator Farron? I don't believe I heard it as a motion.
Based upon what we heard from the House Chair, I would make a motion that we extend the sunset on LD 1751 to March 30th of 2025. I think we have to have a date in there, a specific calendar date. Yeah, that'd be my motion.
And I would by Senator Farron on LD 1751. It ought to pass as amended.
As amended.
And it is seconded by Representative Chiazzo. Discussion, Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just not clear why we're skipping an entire session. Why not 1 year from now? Seems plenty of time, but maybe you already answered that. Just remind me if I missed it.
Senator Farron, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, I think it's twofold. As we bounced around, we needed to get through another full season plus the data piece of this with the pandemic and some stability in being able to gather that data and also having the business model, right? We did this as an emergency the first time around. So I think it's just more of an extension of the seasons and the time that we need with some stability. And I think we heard from, I'd have to go back and take a look, and Janet might have that there. We heard from some of the testimony from some of the industry folks about how that plays into their planning practices.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Senator Mearmont's question, and I had the same question. However, I do appreciate that we put a lot of protections around the ceiling and all of that of the containers. I guess I would just like to say that I would ask the industry to be very careful that they're holding to that, which I expect them to. And the concern about youth having access is the concern of many, and I agree. So I think the protections are strong. I'm okay with the amendment that Senator Farron recommended. If the committee wants to make it shorter, I think March is important because it gets us through seasons, and either way, 2 years, either way, we'd get more data, we'd get more time through the pandemic. I'd like to think the pandemic's going to be over, but we don't know. So, you know, that's my just statement. I want to be careful that we're very mindful of who's accessing this. And I think we did that in the legislation.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, we actually had extended this to, I think it's September of this year, which this now would just extend it a little bit longer. And there's nothing to say that in the 131st that someone puts in a bill to either make it permanent or get rid of even the sunset for 2025. Each legislature can do what they want. This is what we are just bringing forward, and it gives a chance to leave it there for a little bit longer. And we can always, anyone who's here in the 131st can possibly make another build and changing this completely. But I do like the idea of getting a little more data. And just like Representative McCray, I do hope that we're out of the pandemic sometime in the near future, because this is starting to get old.
Chairman Chiazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just echo what everybody said up to this point. I think, there was discussion around why not just a 1-year extension, and obviously all the way to making it permanent. I mean, the proposal was to make it permanent. So I felt like that 3-year extension is a good compromise. We also had some concerns. There were some concerns raised about the ability to enforce that. And I think it also gives the department a chance to see how much that program is being adopted, and then be able to if they do have concerns about staffing or whatever, get that information, gather it correctly without making it permanent and forcing them into that situation. So that's another feedback loop. So in my mind, the 3 years, I would, and again, I know it's been stated already, I certainly hope we are through the pandemic in 3 years. That's my wish and my hope and my faith that we will be, but we just don't know, right? And I think that 3 years versus a 1 year is 1 year. I think we might still be on the margins, hopefully not, but 3 years I think gives us plenty of time to hopefully get through that emergency state and start looking at it as a regular policies. So I am in support of the time frame.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I definitely would agree with what Representative Kinney said. Like, this may be 3 years, but we can't handcuff the next legislature. So if something comes up and the administration sees a problem, or if one of the health advocacy groups approaches a legislator and has them put in a bill, we can't control that anyway. So I don't see a problem with doing this. I do think it speaks to sort of a more interesting point, and I think that, Representative McCray had brought this up a little bit, whether or not, we have, adequate enforcement. And I know that isn't a part of this bill. And I know that there was, some allusion to, they're looking for more enforcement, officers, at least Bablo is, it's funny. I look at the number of enforcement officers that we have in the marijuana side of things, and that's a lot more than what we have sort of on the alcohol side. And if we're really looking to eventually kind of normalize marijuana and say it's similar to alcohol use, we should be treating them somewhat equally. So I'll be happy to support Senator Farron's amendment. Thanks.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the timing of the sunset. When I initially saw this bill, I initially thought it made sense to make it permanent. But after listening to testimony in the public hearing, I rethought that. And we started this bill because of the pandemic, and we have continued to think the pandemic is going to come to a close, which it hasn't yet. So I would like to make sure that we have a full year of data after we think the pandemic is over. And it's not over yet. So I just think we need another year while we're still in this situation. Hopefully the year after that, we just get clear data about any possible unintended consequences when we're functioning without the pandemic looming over our shoulder. And then we want to make sure that we time it correctly based on business need. We don't want to make changes in the middle of the summer tourist season. So it makes sense to do it in the winter. So I support the March 2025 date. I really wouldn't want to bring it back and shorten that length of time. I think it's the right length of time. Thank you.
So Janet, I have a question about section 1 of the bill. And we are repealing chapter 3, which I know is in your analysis and I can't seem to find it, but it's also referred to in the discussions that we're having on 1643. So can we just talk a little bit about what we're repealing exactly? And do we need not to repeal that if we are going to sunset this?
So if you look at the bill itself, it's actually repealing a subsection of 1056. So 1056 was wholly new law. It's the liquor to go statute, and subsection 3 is the repeal date.
Got it.
So that if you vote for the motion that's before you, that's going to switch from being repealing subsection 3 to be amending subsection 3 to change the date. And I just wanted to say one thing. I am sure you have all thought of this, but I just wanted to bring it up because of the reason the September date was picked last time. If this were to expire in March, then it would have to come out of this committee, because this committee would naturally review repealers. That's what OPLA does, is we tell you they're coming up. Either somebody would introduce legislation or the committee would report out a bill, and you'd have to get that emergency enacted before that March 30th date. A date like a September does give you a whole nother season, and that may not be what you want, but it does allow for time for non-emergency legislation, removing a repealer, to be enacted and effective in time. So I'm not saying change the date. I just wanted to make sure you'd all thought of that.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying. We would only be able to review the repeal, the sunset, with emergency legislation by creating the March sunset. The September sunset allowed for a bill to be passed and enacted and go into effect 90 days after adjournment, which would then deal with the repeal or not. So I think I know what you're saying. Are there any, I see hands up, I'll just go to those. Representative McRae?
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before Janet's point, I just wanted to touch on what Representative Corey had brought up. He beat me to it. I believe that the director said that they're looking at another officer in the supplemental, and I may be wrong about that, but I would just like to say that I would support that if that is the plan, because one of the questions is, do we have the staff to enforce as is? So that's it. And I don't have a response to Janet's comment, except I didn't think of it, and I'm sure everybody else did. And I would be concerned about going even longer, but see what others think.
Representative Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what Janet brought up with the idea that we'd need emergency legislation. But again, with this going to 2025, that's the 132nd legislature. This is the 130th. We have the entire 131st in between. And I would like to think if the department were to start to see an issue or want to see that sunset moved further out, that we could possibly get some legislation in the 131st legislature. The department is less likely to have changes as in comparison to the legislature itself. So I'd like to think that there would be something within that time frame that would work better. It was the industry that was asking for it to sunset when we're actually in session, so that if it does come up that the sunset's coming up, that we can act on it while we're actually in session. If it sunsets in September and doesn't get taken care of in the previous session, we're talking about having either a special session or some other thing to try to fix it, which is why we're dealing with a bill with the same content, the same subject matter in the second session of the 130th legislature, which technically is against the rules. But if we're not here, we can't change anything for the September sunset that we put put into place just last year.
Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I would concur with Representative Kinney. The reason we settled on March, when March was suggested, was that if we just extended, the easiest thing to do on paper would be just extend the year, right? Just change the year. And there were some concerns in the industry that were brought up that said if it does expire or lapse when we're out of session, there would be, we would run into the potential of it not being taken up. So there would be a gap between it stopping in September and us coming back into session in January, which may facilitate emergency legislation anyway to try and reinstate it quicker or make it permanent quicker. But we were really trying to avoid that start-stop potential if we could possibly help it. So I think March is the great compromise, and I mean, it's very clear if it's going to be extended and made permanent, maybe it does deserve a 2/3 vote and an emergency session vote to make sure that it's given its due diligence. So I just want to give the committee some background of where that March date came from.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. Director Minio, did you want to say something? I know you had your hand up.
I didn't know if it was in order.
It is.
Senator. I wanted to respond to what Representative Kinney said. I think makes a lot of sense in showing some deference to the needs on staffing to the Bureau. I'll back up and say that we fully support the extension. We think it makes sense. We think given the time needed to read this and follow this makes a lot of sense. We support it. We supported the original executive order, as you remember. But I will say, though, and following up with Representative Kinney's comments, that if we don't get the additional liquor inspectors that we've asked for in the supplemental, which I believe is 3, nothing will change in our ability to do compliance checks on this type of activity, in addition to a lot of other things. So when we talk about collecting data for a full legislature, which I think is a great idea, I don't know what we would be able to collect if we don't get more staffing, other than relying upon tips that come to us from time to time of behavior that runs counter to the law, such as improper closures, not tamper evident, and things such as old inventory. In the law, it clearly states that the product, the cocktails to go, must be made day of. We've come across a couple incidences of that where it's older than that. So these are the types of things that we would love to be able to follow up on and run compliance checks on. We just don't have the capacity to do that. So I just want to be clear that if we don't get these additional inspectors, nothing will change at this point on our ability to do this.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Are there any other questions? Representative Corey?
Yeah, I just have a question, with regarding, I guess, funding then for inspectors, and this may be the wrong committee to ask this in, but when we did it with the marijuana sort of inspectors, we didn't take it out of sort of just the general fund. There was a dedicated fund, based on marijuana, tax revenue. Is that how we're trying to get the inspectors, or how are we trying to get the inspectors for Bablo?
So your question, Representative Corey, is how is staff funded? Is it funded by revenue from the program itself, or is it funded by the general fund? Is that your question?
Yeah, that's my question.
The Director, do you know the answer to that question?
It's been funded by the general fund. We put in the initiative for 3 new inspectors that would also come from the general fund, but may be funded from the current liquor revenue fund as well. We're anxious to get funding either way to get these new inspectors. 3 is just the tip of the iceberg, by the way. To give you some perspective, I think someone mentioned, you talked about the marijuana division, but I would look at other states, neighboring states. If I may, Senator,
You may.
Vermont has half the population, half the licensees, and double the number of inspectors that we do in Maine. So there's one perspective. New Hampshire, they have more than double what we have in Maine. We have one liquor inspector covering a geography in Maine that is equal in size to all of New Hampshire. Another perspective on it. So I can go on and on, just talk about how much windshield time these hardworking men and women have in getting around our state and providing good customer service. And that's what this is all about, educating and providing customer service. And that's all we've ever asked for. So
thank you.
Just real quick, like I think I was able to go back and look at how we did it on the other one, and it'd have been other special revenue funds. So like you said, that could be, and maybe the best bet is not to pull it from the general fund, but maybe you have other liquor revenue funds that might be better to tap for those inspectors. Thanks.
Well, the only thing we would have is the remaining year, 2.5 years or so, on the liquor revenue fund, which is our repayment on the bond. That's all we'd have. So whatever we would be able to pull from there, if possible, it would end. It would end on June 30th, 2024.
And that is a policy question for the committee going forward, especially as we talk about parameters for renewing the contract. Representative Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, your staff, adding 3 more staff is still, as you've really put out there, is that is still going to be tough to deal with the square miles that the state of Maine has. What do you do to work with local law enforcement as far as looking at how this goes? I mean, they're going to be the first ones on scene to see whether or not an open container that came from Cocktails to Go is in a vehicle being consumed.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I'm going to defer some of this to Larry Sanborn, because this is what he does every day, all day. But I'll kind of top line it by saying that we have over 100 MOUs with local law enforcement agencies, sheriff's association throughout the state. We work very well with them. Larry Sanborn and his team does the best they can to provide education and training to them when our laws are updated, or just as a refresher. Quite honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with how much is on their plate. And with that, Larry, can you comment on that, please?
I mean, we work as hard as we can with the 107 memorandums of understanding that we do with the local, state, and county law enforcement agencies. In fact, while we were at break, I was dealing with a problem down in Calais. Got contacted by the chief in one of the establishments, and we're going to work with him to do it. It was over service issue and combative and some issues. Our dilemma is that we're not out there at the right hours of the day. Again, the open container portion of it, usually the interaction with the local law enforcement is they've got them on a moving violation or a defect, and that's when they discover the open container. It wouldn't be any different than them stopping at the variety store and getting 2 cans in a brown bag that they would discover that. Our issue is watching them leave the premise, doing a check to make sure that they're abiding by the rules, that it is properly sealed, that it does go out in the appropriate manner as prescribed by the law. And we're not seeing that. We recently had an event relative to the cocktails, but we do work as collaboratively as possible. We are out there nights and weekends working with our police departments. So we have some very active departments, and then others who are in the same position we are. Just isn't enough to go around, and they're hot seated when they come on. They're got calls waiting, and I hope that helps.
Thank you for all the clarifying information. I'm sure we'll revisit this when we address the supplemental budget and the liquor contract as well in the other legislation that we will discuss later this afternoon. Are there any other questions, discussion points? There's a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended, made by Senator Farren, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. Is the committee ready for the question? Janet, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Farren.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll take it as a compliment.
It's all good.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Meermont.
Yay.
Senator Meermont, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 12 members voting with the motion and no members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. The vote is unanimous. Ought to pass as amended prevails. We close the work session on LD 1751. Since we were all here present and voting, you don't need to wait to the second legislative day to record any absent votes. Thank you all for being here. With that, I will open up the work session on LD.
Mr.
I'm
Chair?
sorry, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a real quick question, because I heard Janet say March 30th, but I think when the motion was originally made, it just said March of 2025. Just wanted to put a clarification in there, I guess.
Senator Farren did clarify in his motion that it was March 30th.
Okay, thanks. I must have missed it. Thank you.
Okay, it's all good. Thank you for bringing it up to make sure we are doing this with all the clarity needed. So with that, I will open up the work session on LD 1883 and act to update the setoffs against lottery winnings. This was a department bill with very little testimony. Janet, please present the bill analysis.
So this bill amends the laws governing Bablo's processes for determining setoffs against lottery winnings for unpaid court fines, surcharges, and assessments, liquidated child support debt due to the Department of Health and Human Services, liquidated unemployment compensation debt, and liquidated tax liabilities to the state. It does two major things. It requires that the relevant agencies give Bablo access to electronic databases containing information on these financial liabilities rather than periodically sending Bablo lists of this information. And it also allows Bablo to immediately pay a lottery winner the amount of winnings that exceed each of these liabilities, rather than under current law, they have to wait up to 90 days to receive information from the relevant state agency for child support debt or unemployment compensation debt. So let me explain that a little tiny bit better. So for liquidated tax liabilities and unpaid court fines, surcharges, and assessments, there's a similar statutory structure currently. So those statutes require the state court administrator or the state tax assessor to periodically notify the Bureau of all persons who, as far as the state court administrator reports, owe a monetary fine, surcharge, or assessment that is imposed by a state court in a civil violation or a traffic infraction proceeding or as part of a criminal conviction. And the state tax assessor would be notifying Bablo of all persons who have a liquidated tax liability to the state. And liquidated just means that you've assessed the amount, usually through court or administrative proceeding. So prior to paying the lottery winnings to the winner, the Bureau under current law has to notify any winner who appears on these lists of persons that the debt is going to be paid out of their lottery winnings. Then Bablo has to send all or a portion of the winnings to the state court administrator or the state tax assessor to pay off the debt. And then if there's any excess amount under current law, the Bureau can release that remaining winnings amount to the winner. So the sections 1 and 4 of the bill amend those laws to say that instead of periodically sending those lists of persons to Bablo, the state court administrator and the state tax assessor should give Bablo access to an electronic database with that information. And the testimony was that this is what currently happens, so that the bill is intended to make the statute match what is happening currently. Liquidated child support debt and unemployment compensation debt have a slightly different structure from the other two, but their structure is similar to each other. So under current law, DHHS periodically notifies Bablo of all persons who owe a child support debt to the department that's been liquidated, as I mentioned before, by a judicial or administrative action. And then the Commissioner of Labor also under current law has to periodically notify Bablo of anyone who owes unemployment compensation debt that's again been liquidated by a judicial or administrative action. I dropped a footnote to explain why you might owe child support to the department if that seems kind of odd to you. And then also an example of unemployment compensation debt would be like if you were paid unemployment compensation mistakenly and you owe it, you have to pay it back and you just haven't done so yet. So prior to paying lottery winnings to the winner under current law, the Bureau has to suspend its payment of the lottery winnings to any person who appears on either of these lists and notify the winner both of the Bureau's intention to offset the debt against the lottery winnings, and the Bureau notifies the winner of their right to request a hearing before DHHS if it's child support, or before the Commissioner of Labor if it's unemployment compensation debt. And they have 15 days to request that hearing on the amount due. And then the law goes into how those hearings are conducted, but that's not really the point of the bill. Is about the Bureau's responsibility. So the Bureau is not allowed to pay the lottery winnings to the winner under current law until the relevant department notifies the Bureau within 90 days that the winner didn't request a hearing, in which case the Bureau pays the amount of the debt to that department, and then anything left over can go to the winner. Or if the relevant department notifies Bablo within 90 days that there was a hearing held and the amount due was confirmed, then Bablo first pays that confirmed amount due to the department, and then the rest can go to the winner. Or if there's no notification to Bablo within 90 days, then the Bureau can pay all of the lottery winnings to the winner. There's also another provision of current law that requires the Department of Health and Human Services to periodically report liquidated child support debt to the Tri-State Lotto Commission, but that section of law, which is proposed to be repealed by the bill, doesn't require the Tri-State Lotto Commission to do anything with that information. So sections 2 and 3 of the bill would change these processes. The first bullet point is similar to the ones for tax liabilities and unpaid court fines. So instead of periodically sending the Bureau lists of persons, there would be access to an electronic database of the information. In addition, if the lottery winner is determined to owe child support debts, and I quoted that for Senator Hickman's purposes, so just remember that, or is determined to owe unemployment compensation debts, then the Bureau under the bill would not be required to wait 90 days before releasing the amount of winnings that exceed that debt to the winner. In addition, the bill removes DHHS's responsibility to notify the Tri-State Lotto Commission of people with liquidated child support debts. So as far as the quoted language, Senator Hickman mentioned that he preferred active voice to passive voice, and I believe he was referring to the phrases that I quoted above. And I think you could easily change that if you wanted to say that if the Bureau determines that the winner has one of these debts, instead of if it is determined that they have. But that, you don't have to do that, but it was brought up. So I wanted you to know what that could look like.
Thank you, Janet, for that thorough analysis. As always, are there any questions or concerns from the committee? Representative Kinney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question, and this is just kind of for my own information, at what point does the Bureau get notified that someone has a winnings? What's the dollar figure where the the department gets involved, because I know a lot of lottery winnings can be small and you can just redeem in the store, and that won't go through the Bureau.
I may, Senator?
You may, Director.
Thank you. The IRS limit is $650 and above, and that's what we require lottery players to come into the main lottery lobby at 19 Union Street. So they have to come in to claim a prize for anything $650 and above. So they just have to do that. When they come in, then that process is instantaneous. That this will now become law. It happens immediately. So immediately, one of our two lottery customer service representatives will be there to look at that interface that this will become law that we'll speak to, and they are able to see any back debt in any of the 4, I think it is, areas that relate to the agencies that we work with. And that would mean then that player will get the net of that winnings, or sometimes they will not get any winnings. And of course, usually they're not very happy.
Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, they won because they don't have to pay the money back, but so it's a big winning day for them, but it's a big losing day. Are you saying that if you live in Allagash and you win the lottery, you have to come to Augusta to get your money?
It's over $650. Yes, sir.
Boy.
Any other questions or concerns from the committee? Janet, thank you for interpreting my thoughts on the suggested language change. I like the language change as you have suggested it for an amendment to this if we move in that direction, because it also keeps the subject of that section, the Bureau, and not the winner. And that was another problem that I had with the way it was drafted in the original law. Janet?
So I'm glad Representative Kitty asked that question, because the law, excuse me, there's something in my throat, as it is currently written for all of these provisions, talks about before the Bureau pays any state lottery winnings. It's supposed to look at these databases, and I don't know if, I don't think that the tickets aren't considered state lottery winnings, but maybe they're not. So I just don't know if that needs to be updated in the bill as well to only apply to amounts over the amount reportable to the IRS. There is language in other gambling statutes that talk about child support, recoupment, that talks about referring to that IRS language that we could just incorporate here if that needs to be done. But I just wanted to throw that out there as that may be something that needs to be fixed as well, if that's the only time that these set-offs apply.
Director Mineo, please respond to that.
Yeah, I just thought of something. That's a very good point Janet brought up, and I apologize. I don't know the answer to this, but I can get it. If someone comes in to claim a $500 win, which they can do, they can come in. Say someone lives in Augusta or Gardner or wherever, and there was a set-off. Then I believe the set-off would apply. I don't see why it wouldn't. I have to double check that, but I think that's the question. And I think that's where Janet may be going, where you may not want to put the $650 threshold, if you will, on it. I'm 90% sure that this also would occur if somebody went in and claimed a win for under $650. I hate to delay this, but I would like to ask that question to my expert team at Bablo, if I may.
You may. Okay. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all the ways we have to transfer money, since I'm new, could you just tell me why we can't make it easier for people to call you and you can do the search, and then you transfer the money to them, to their bank account or whatever mode of transfer they would like, to make things easier on folks? We're trying to make it easy for them to testify by doing this method of committee work, which I don't particularly enjoy, but I'm glad that more people can do it from around the state. So why are we making it hard for them to get their money?
Well, we're not
Thank
trying
you.
to make it, thank you. We're not trying to make it difficult. There are other states that have lottery, that have satellite locations with what we call redemption centers, bad word. Centers, offices where you can go in and claim wins. We don't have that. We are working on a project right now for making payments to players who come in. This is not answering your question directly, to pay them their wins other than a check. We are working on something through Visa and US Bank on paying through electronic fund transfer and or payment card, like a Visa card. So we feel that's a good move forward on customer service, but that's where we are right now. That's what the law provides us for right now, where they have to come in. I'd like to go back though and just check on that one thing that Janet brought up though, and make sure I'm 100% correct on that. Normally Mickey Boardman is with us. He's my lottery division director who does an amazing job. He's taken some time off, but he would be available, and I'm happy to get him to.
Director, is it possible? I'm sorry if I cut you off. I didn't mean to. Is it possible to, because we have other bills to work today, you're going to be with us all day. Is it possible to get that information before we adjourn this session?
Yes, it is
Okay,
possible.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Representative Kenny.
happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that some of that information, rather than that 650 limit, maybe we could, if we put in something in here, that anyone that comes in to the Bureau, any lottery winnings paid out through the Bureau directly versus at the point of sale would be subject to this, and then not put in a dollar amount, not put in that IRS limit maybe.
Janet, do you understand what Representative Kenny is saying? And if we were to do what Representative Kenny is saying, would we need the information that you seek to get, Director Mineo, or not? I just want to make sure I'm understanding clearly how these two things go together. And Janet, you may be able to answer that question as well, but I'm asking.
I don't know if you need that information. There may be a reason that BABO doesn't apply it to the lower amounts for some administrative reason. That's the only thing I could think of.
Okay, thank you. Director?
Yeah, I just actually reached out for Mr. Boardman. I misspoke. He is not off this week. It was last week. He is, I just emailed him, and he might even be able to get back with us right now. And I don't know, I don't want to make you wait, but I might be able to get him on very quickly.
That'd be great.
So let me just see if I can, if I may, can I just try and call him real quick, if that's okay? So we can, okay, good. Let me do that. I'm going to take my earbuds out. Thank you.
Chairman Piazza.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe kind of piggybacking on Representative Kinney's comments, maybe then rather than saying going into the department, because then obviously if somebody's aware of this, they'll just go to their local store and get it. Director Mineo mentioned, and I will wait for him to come back if he wants to comment on it. Director Mineo mentioned anybody that has an IRS reporting requirement has to go into the department to receive that payout. Can we change the language to that and just say make that the threshold, because that's going to require people to go into the department to collect their funds, and it might alleviate the burden on the local mom and pop stores, the administrative burden of having to verify all this ahead of time. So just a thought. I'd love to hear what the director's thoughts are on that, rather than trying to muddle around with an arbitrary dollar value or something else other than that. So.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that's a good idea. And that might be what Janet was suggesting to begin with, if I understood her correctly the first time.
I was just pointing out that's the limit for child support payment of like at a casino, for example, or it was in the sports betting bill or things like that.
Okay. Director Mineo?
Yes, Mr. Boardman is available, and he is, if I did it correctly, Janet, I asked him to get onto the YouTube channel. Is that correct? And no?
No.
No, okay.
Karen?
Oh, you have to do an invite.
I
Okay.
sent him a link. I just sent it.
Oh, you're way ahead of me. Thank you, Karen.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So we will just pause until, what is his name again, please?
It's Mr. Boardman, Mickey Boardman.
So I will wait to see what happens, and when he arrives, and I will promote him to panelist. Senator Miramont, in the meantime, has a
Yes.
question or comment.
It's just because there's a meantime. So what, so we have these transfer systems, possible cards, you're designing something. They would need to initiate a payment by calling you to get the check going, the confirmation going that they don't owe more than whatever non-amount or IRS limit or whatever it turns out to be by the time we're done talking. They've done that. So what other piece would you need from them? They've initiated it. Where would you have them go? Why do you have to have any offsite place? You Venmo them their money once you confirm they don't owe you anything or owe anybody in the world anything. And what's the piece that's left that you think you need to have some remote presence? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to make sure we're clear. There's nothing that allows a player to call and claim a win. That's just not in law. You can't call. You mentioned calling in. What we're working on now with Visa and US Bank would be for those players who come in to claim a win at the office. So that's what we're working on. Not to say that we couldn't entertain other advancements or enhancements, as you say. But what would actually prevent someone from doing that without coming in? There are papers that have to be signed. It's a process. It's like anything else when you go in and claim a win for something. And from what I know, every other lottery does it the same way. Not to say it's the way we have to do it, but that's the way it's been done. And I think Mr. Boardman can probably add a little more to it once we pull him in. So
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
I can tell you that if I was coming back next time, which you're all lucky I'm not, but my first bill would be to have you start figuring out how to do this. We can sign online electronically. We could sign with fax machines. Now we can sign with emails. For hundreds of $1,000s of value of stuff, I can already sign in an email and it gets accepted. I can already transfer, $10,000 per transaction per day with Venmo. So I have several transfer options that I use. There's nothing that keeps us from being able to do this in a way that's convenient for people who live 4 or 5 hours away from Augusta. So hint to anybody who's coming back, since there needs to be some changes in statute. Thank you. Or just ignore me. It's easy.
Thank you, Senator. I see that Mr. Boardman has arrived, and I am now in the process of promoting him to a panelist.
yeah, and the one thing I'll tee up for Mickey, he's going to talk about it. What's required in person is the ticket. You have to have the ticket. So, and Mr. Chair and Jenna, I'll let you bring Mickey.
Thank you, Director. It looks like he may be stuck in the wormhole. And he should arrive shortly. It all depends on the strength of and stability of our internet connections, about how long it takes to get from there to here.
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Great.
I apologize for the delay.
Not a problem. There you are. Please introduce yourself, sir, for the viewing audience and for the committee.
Yes, I'm Michael Boardman, Deputy Director for Lottery Operations for Badlow.
Thank you. I would like to think that I know how to ask the question that I'd like to ask, but I'm going to ask the director to ask the question instead for the committee to hear your answer.
All right, so the question has come up on, first question was, and I couldn't answer it, the $650 value or dollar limit threshold is the IRS limit, and that's why someone has to come in person to the main lottery lobby as opposed to going to a lottery retailer. Is that
correct? It's actually, yeah, that's almost correct, Greg.
Okay, please correct me.
I will. You're close. It's actually anything that's $600 or more. We are required to have them either come into the office, or they can certainly mail in their claims as well. So there's a mail-in process where they can mail in their claim, fill out the claim form online, submit their ticket, sign the back, and fill out the claim form. Mail that claim form to us. We process that. And then we would mail them out a check, or they can come into the office. But that's an IRS regulation that requires us to withhold for anything that's $600 or more.
And what I failed to mention, my apologies to the committee, is that you do have the ability to mail it in. I know that doesn't address Senator Miramont's issues, and we'll get to that in a second. So thank you for that. So that explains that. Let me just ask one follow-up question, if I may, Senator.
Sure, you may.
This is good. Then if someone has a win for $1,000 and they mail it in, then does the same process apply on the set-offs with the interfaces that your team has with the other agencies?
Yes, it does. It's the same, whether they mail it or bring it in person. The process is the same. We follow the statute that lists in order that we need to go to check for those set-offs, and any funds would be withheld that's required to based on the set-off amount, if there was any.
Got it. One more question on that.
And we would, just to follow up, or just a little more information, we would then withhold that. If they did have withholdings, we would withhold that. We would send them the balance. If they had funds remaining, we would send them a check. We also would send them all of the paperwork that goes with it that's provided to us by each of the agencies, explaining what their options are, whether there's an appeal process or not, why the money was being withheld. So they would get all of that. We do send them all out, of course, certified. So that's certified mail. So they have to sign for it when they do get their checks.
And one other question on that was, I raised it actually, Senator Hickman, if I may.
You may.
Mickey, if someone comes in person or by mail and claims a win for under $600, which they have every right to do, correct?
Correct.
Then the same process and procedure would take place on set-offs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, those were the questions I had. Senator Hickman, I don't know if I want to try and paraphrase Senator Miramont, so I don't want to speak for him, but did you want to ask Senator Miramont to ask the question, maybe Mickey, on the whole idea of, telecommunications versus in person?
I think Senator Miramont isn't with us there he is. Senator Miramont, please ask your question. You were behind my panelist screen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We were just given new information that says that someone who lives in Allagash does not have to drive to Augusta to redeem their ticket. So that negates my whole line of questioning, is why we have a policy that makes it so inconvenient for people. Now, you can further make it convenient by doing money transfers and things that you're already looking into, but you've just negated what I had to say to kill time until Mr. Boardman showed up. So thanks, goodbye.
Thank you, Senator. Chairman Chiazza, did you have a question, concern? And Representative Kenny, does this answer all of the concerns and questions that you had about who had?
I think it does. I think it does. This is good information. Thank you.
Okay, great. And so are you still requesting that if we make a motion that we include language around the IRS or not?
I guess my thought would be that we'd want to keep the language consistent with other parts of the law that are already in place if we're putting this in for where we're at this point. It seems like this bill was put in because the law is not consistent with all types of issues. And so I just want to make sure, I'd want to make sure that we stay consistent. And I'm pretty sure Janet would be really good at making sure we do that.
I can show you an example real fast if you want.
Please.
I called it up on my screen.
Please share your screen and show us an example of how to make this consistent with the rest of law. Thank you.
So this is an example from Title 8 about the interception of slot machine or table game winnings to pay child support debt. And it talks about the electronic registry that's maintained of that debt. And it says before making a payout of winnings, an amount equal to or greater than the amount for which they have to file this form with the IRS, which is the form about withholding. If you do adopt that idea, it would be consistent with those other laws, but it sounds like it would change a little bit of the practice because right now the Bureau is offsetting amounts if the winnings are lower. I don't know that they're also being offset though if you go to the retailer and get it. So there might be a little bit of a distinction there, you know, for the lower amounts than the IRS. So depends on which level of consistency you're looking for.
I think I understand what you mean. Does the department have any opinion on that, or do you wish to leave this out of statute for this section of law?
Well, we always like to see everything in statute if possible.
Okay.
But Mickey, any thoughts on that real quick? Don't mean to.
I don't have any thoughts. I understand, you know, being consistent is always, you know, always a goal, right? Try to make it consistent with what they're doing and others, especially when you're talking about gaming and winnings and issuing W-2Gs. So,
But we can leave it out though. It's not
either way. I wouldn't have a strong preference either way.
No, that's fine, Janet. Leave it out.
Because if you put it, go ahead, Janet.
If you don't put anything in though, Representative Kinney's point, I think, was well taken, that if somebody wins a $2 ticket and they turn it in to the retailer, does the retailer have to check and send that $2 to the state tax assessor instead of giving them the $2? I think is her point. I don't want to speak for her, but.
Representative Kinney is nodding her head. And so go ahead, Representative Kinney.
Yeah, that was kind of my point. $2, $5, $10, $50, $100 can be redeemed at a retail location. And it does seem to be that this is saying all winnings. So that's why I was thinking we need to make sure we're consistent in how to make sure that we don't want to have to force everyone to go to the Bureau for any kind of winning in order to make sure they're not on the list.
And so, Janet, what you said something about making sure that which level of consistency are we looking for? Is that, how do I understand your question?
Sorry, speaking in German today. So there could be consistency with the other gambling laws, which is to say we're going to use the IRS reporting amount and the withholding amount. So that Form 2G, and that'll be the amount above which you withhold for all of these different types of debt. That would be consistent with the child support withholding in the other gambling laws. Alternatively, if you wanted to say, well, we like the fact that the Bureau's kind of going farther than that and withholding even under lower amounts if somebody claims it directly from the Bureau, then you would have to think about whether that's consistent for the person. I think Senator Miramont brought this up earlier, maybe, of where they decide to claim their winnings from. So they would say, oh, if I go to the department, then they're going to take my child support debt. But if I go to the retailer, then they won't. Or maybe you want them to. I don't know. I just was thinking there's different types of consistency where you get the money from or the amount of money, etc. Those are the choices you have.
Okay, and that is for the committee to decide. I will take a discussion on those choices. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I guess I would ask either Mr. Boardman or Director Minio, either or, I think requiring every outlet to check this database is probably cumbersome. Does it make sense for the Bureau to change its approach to only the threshold for the W-2G requirements?
I'll just start off by saying we don't want to do anything at this point. Our recommendation is not to do anything that would alter the intent of this bill and how we work with these other agencies. We think this is a big step forward to codify what has been a practice for quite a while now. To start to go down the road of now asking lottery retailers to somehow initiate a similar process, I think that's quite a bit. Nikki, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, it's virtually impossible to ask a retailer to do that. We would have to provide them access to databases. We would have to provide that they would have access to people's personal information. We certainly I don't think we want to have someone going in to claim a $10 winner who would have to provide a social security number so someone can look up to see if they owe. So, I would be, just from the Bureau perspective, if you did want to add in the language that you talked about with other gaming that said W2, that referred to, I believe Janet referred to as the W2G requirement, that would probably, now that we've had that a little bit more discussion about it, I would think that would make it actually easier for us to be more consistent as well. We don't get a lot of folks that are coming in with smaller amounts. It's just rare that they do. They typically go to the store anyway. It's the larger amounts, but we do get some that come in that win, $300 or $400 or something. But in general, it's not. So I think it would make it a little bit easier for us too to, the only thing we're going to check at that point, if it was added in, we would check for anyone who met that W2G requirement, which is the $600 or more. And it would be consistent with what they do at retail.
So are you saying, Mr. Boardman and Director Minio, that you would no longer search the database for someone redeeming a $500 ticket?
I would say yes, that would be the case, because the statute would then say that we would be checking it for those that meet the requirement of the W2G requirement. If they don't meet that requirement, which would be anything less than 600, we wouldn't check it, just like they wouldn't have it checked at retail.
I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that would change a bit of what you do now if we put this in statute to be consistent, and you're okay with that?
Yes, yes.
Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am okay with that too, because, and correct me if I'm wrong here, if they owe child support or money to unemployment or whatever, and this law is aligned to the other ways for conformity, it's not that the people who need the child support or the unemployment or labor department don't have means to get that money. In fact, some of those payments are made regardless and ahead, and that's why they owe back money. So I don't think that these folks aren't getting something while the state's waiting to recover money that's owed to them in some way. So that I don't think we're hurting someone by doing this at the $600 level, so I can support that.
Thank you. There is no other discussion. Janet.
I just wanted to circle back, make sure everybody understands why this is an issue. It's because current laws talks about any state lottery winnings. And so it turns out that practice isn't necessarily matching current law. There may be a way. I'm happy to do it to align to the casino laws, for example. I think they're similar for harness racing winnings as well. Or you could say that the department, Bablo, must withhold at that level and may at a lower level if you just want to match what's happening currently and keep it that way. I think there are ways to make that happen. I don't want you to think that I'm forcing you to go down any one road.
I think that we're fine with there being consistency across the board where people are cashing in on their winning. It doesn't make sense for only one location to go through this database search, but not all the others. So I'm about equity across the board. And I would think that what Representative Kenny has brought up to make sure that we're not putting burdens on either the retailer or in this case, the winner, it should just be consistent. And the department has made it clear they're okay with that because it's rare that people come in anyway to claim something for less than that amount. Director,
I just didn't want to be directing the outcome.
I don't think, thank you very much. Director Minio.
Thank you. If it's appropriate, I just had something come to me from the Division Support Enforcement Director at DHHS, who we work very closely with on these set-offs. And he says, I'm listening to the work session now and adding the IRS threshold language makes perfect sense.
Perfect.
So I just thought I'd add that if that's appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like to hear from the executive branch when they're providing us this information. So with that, is the committee ready to make a motion? Senator Mirmont.
Yes, I move this, where are we? LD 1883 ought to pass, and I wasn't sure if there's a fiscal note. Does it need an
As
amendment?
amended.
As amended. Thank you.
And the amendment would be the active voice, and it would be consistency with other language regarding set-offs.
Right, as read to us by our analyst.
It's been moved by Senator Mirmont, ought to pass as amended. Is there a second?
Does this include the IRS language as part of the amendment? And if so, then I'd be happy to second that.
It does, and so it's been moved by Senator Mirmont and seconded by Representative Kinney. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Any further questions for the department? Is the committee ready for the question? Karen, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mirmont,
Yay.
Senator Mirmont, yay. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey,
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph,
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 12 members voting in favor of the motion, Mr. Chair, and no members absent.
Thank you. With a unanimous vote, the motion prevails. I will close the work session on 1883. It is 12:40. I said in our caucus that we would not take a break, but I would like to give staff a break, as well as all of us, to stretch, rest our eyes. And so we will return at 1 o'clock. I will ask Chairman Chiazzo to take over the gavel at that point to talk us through the next couple of work sessions. I have to go off campus to get some food, so it may take me a bit longer to get back than 1 o'clock. And so with that, we will be at ease until 1 o'clock.
Good morning, folks. If we could just pop on real quick so we can get cranking. Just want to make sure we establish a quorum after lunch. I hope 15 minutes was enough for everybody to grab a bite. Wasn't for me, but I'll eat in due time, I guess. It's fine. See, 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Chair, the host blocked my video, so I can't turn it on because I was being bad.
Let me see. There you are you back yet? Let me see if I can do that from here.
There we go.
You're back.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, Janet, if we could please, let's start with LD 1750. Open the work session for LD 1750 and act to create a framework for Main Spirit's contract.
Certainly, you had a work session on this earlier on the 19th, and we went through all of the existing requirements for the RFP and the contracting requirements for the Spirits Marketing and the Spirits Administration contract, as well as the lengthy proposed amendment from the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association. Split Rock Distilling had some suggestions, as did RSV Discount Beverage. And then there were just I pointed out last time that you could, if you were going to go forward with this and amend Section 90 of Title 28A, you could choose to incorporate the provisions of the errors bill that fix some of the terminology in that section and resolve a conflict. And then I also pointed out that you have another bill which you're actually working today, LD 1906, which may address some similar issues depending on what you decide to do, because this is a concept draft. So you could really do anything with it. Not that you couldn't do that with any bill, but that you had given me a proposed amendment to share with the committee that I could share now if you would like.
That would be great. Thank you.
Make sure I actually posted it. I did.
All right, so I can walk through this real quick if it's all right. So the purpose of this was just to start roughing some things in. As Jana mentioned, this is a concept draft, so I wanted to try and lock in some of the bigger picture stuff before we start doing language around it, because I think we need to settle on some key factors first. So what the proposed amendment does is it does combine the two. First thing it does is it combines both contracts into one. I think we heard from Bablo and one of the other proposals that was something that they would that would make sense. So that was the first step. I think that was fairly straightforward. And then of course the ability to extend the contract for 3 years. Again, I didn't see a whole lot of opposition to that, so I thought that would be also something else that we could start off with. Application fees for the new single contract. You know, again, I think this is from Bablo's learnings, and looking at updating those based on now having time having time under the current contract moving forward. The minimum discount rate, obviously, that's going to be a point for discussion. I kind of landed on the 18% because that is, I think, where we're technically at right now, and Janet can certainly correct me, and I hope she does. I think that's where we're technically at right now. I know there were some requests out there for a higher discount rate. We did get a memo from the department this morning, I think, or yesterday afternoon, and Janet can, I know it's in there because I saw it come through, looking at the revenue splits. So I kind of landed on the 18% as where we're at now, hoping to be able to give certainly the department a little bit of latitude as over the next, for the duration of the contract, to be able to increase that if they chose to for market factors. I think if we go much more than that, it starts to really have a detrimental impact on the revenue stream back to the state. So that's probably going to be the one of the biggest contentious points that we'll talk about. Some wanted it, I think the department wanted it lower. I think the retailers wanted it higher for obvious reasons. And so I put the 18 in as kind of the middle ground to start off with. And again, the other point there was to continue to allow Bablo to provide incentives through through the routine technical rules. I think that process has been working out and working well. I think the question really settles on whether they should offer incentives, and their ability to offer those, and I'll love to hear from Director Minio, may be impacted. I think I saw that in their process, may be impacted if the discount rate is already set too high. So I certainly would want to have him address that and speak to that. And then thank you, Janet. And then the crafting distilling, because they are basically bypassing the system of distribution, setting that higher discount rate for them of 22.75. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Janet, believe that's the current discount rate. So it's just solidifying that and letting them stick to that, because for a number of reasons. One, I think it does give a little bit of support to the local distillers, but the justification for that isn't just that they're local. I think the justification for that is that they're bypassing the Pine Tree distribution network. So that being the case, I think they should be able to have a higher discount rate, especially with the Bablo maintaining the Liquor Commission maintaining the ability to set the retail prices. So, and then again, my thought was, and again, it's up to the committee, of course, but my thought was we would make whatever changes we needed to in this bill. Much like we talked about earlier this morning, we can make our technical changes to the individual bills as they come through, and then we can have one last pass when we do the final errors bill on 1643 at the end of the session. So real high level type stuff. Obviously these are going to require a lot more detailed discussion, but just wanted to try and level set this and put some guidance in place so that we had something to move forward in. So thank you, Janet.
I just
Yes.
wanted to point out, I probably should have talked to you before. So the minimum discount rate is not technically 18% now. The minimum discount rate by statute is 12% through various growth incentive programs that have been implemented over time. The maximum discount rate is now 18% in rule, and I believe the testimony or the discussion before was that that's basically where most of the agency liquor stores are, maybe even all of them. This incentives for agency liquor stores through routine technical rules, we will talk a lot more about that when we get to 1906. I would point out that the provision of law allowing the Bureau to set graduated discount rates, which is how we got to this 18%, well, sort of. So the provision of law allowing graduated discount rates is routine technical rulemaking. There is a provision of statute talking about incentives, and that is major substantive rulemaking. So there's a little bit of weirdness going on there with the statute that we definitely have to talk about a lot more in 1906, but could talk about here as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from committee members or discussion around just again, remember 50,000 foot view for now for starters. I don't expect us to be taking any action on this today in terms of voting things out. So just wanted to kind of level set those discussions around these points and kick that off. So Janet, can you stop sharing your screen, please, so I can see it? Thank you. Sorry. Any questions or discussion? Did I miss anything? Did we miss anything? Is there anything else we might want to add? All right. All right. Not seeing any. If there's no further discussion, we can't take a vote until we have enough people present and a senator. So 6, I just need a senator. My kingdom for a senator. Sorry. Let's see. Representative Harrington, thank you. All right, let me see if I can raise one of them. Maybe they're all at the same off-site place. I don't know. Give them a couple of seconds. Anybody have anything they want to add? There's Senator Farron. There's Senator Farren. Perfect. So enough present to vote. I will accept a motion from the committee. Representative Kinney.
I move we table LD 1750.
Representative Kinney moves to table. Senator Farren seconds it. It's non-debatable. So Karen, if you would please call the roll.
Absolutely. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Miramont. Senator Miramont, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley. Representative Riley, absent. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 8 members voting in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 4 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So that closes the public hearing for the work session for LD 1750. If we could move on to LD 1906 next, please, Janet.
Just 1 second.
No worries.
I have to call up the right page on my computer. So LD 1906 is an act regarding rulemaking and pricing under the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. This is Senator Hickman's bill. I prepared this analysis based on the proposed amendment, which you were given for the public hearing, and it is posted online. So for anybody watching, you just go through the same committee materials page. You can get here and click on proposed amendment and you'll find it. And what that proposed amendment does is it amends the rulemaking for liquor label registration. So under current law, with a few minor exceptions, for example, selling at your own manufacturing location, a malt liquor, wine, hard cider, or low alcohol spirits product may not be imported into, exported from, or sold within the state unless the container has a label that's been approved by the Federal Alcohol, Tobacco, Tax and Trade Bureau, or TTB, and is also registered with BABLO. Under subsection 4 of current law, BABLO must adopt rules for label registration and changing the label registration of malt liquor, wine, hard cider, or low alcohol spirits products that are consistent with the TTB's registration and labeling regulations. There's a footnote there if you want to see some examples of the types of requirements for labels that are federally imposed. And although not stated in 6A under a different provision of law, these are routine technical rules currently, and section 1 of the proposed amendment would make these major substantive rules. The next item that the proposed amendment addresses is spirits price regulation. It may be helpful to know this is something that the errors bill addresses, that under current law that is in the proposed amendment and that is being amended, that law provides that the Bureau establishes the retail price to the consumer and the wholesale price paid by agency liquor stores of spirits. But under the actual taxation statute, it says that the State Liquor and Lottery Commission establishes the retail price of spirits. And the reason that matters is that's a conflict. So it may be helpful to know what the actual current practice is. So in current practice, BABLO uses a pricing formula. And there's been some confusion about whether that formula is required. And I want you to know the rules do not require a pricing formula. And instead, they specify certain factors that BABLO has to consider in setting a retail price. But that formula is not required by statute or rulemaking, just so that you know. But they use that pricing formula to make retail price recommendations to the commission. The commission then actually establishes the retail price, and then Bablo uses that to calculate the wholesale price of spirits using the discount rates, which we've talked a little bit about today. In section 606, 4A are the discount rates for agency liquor stores. 4B is a little bit higher discount rate for small distillers that self-distribute. And the rules right now have a minimum discount rate of 12%. And under 606 4A, Babel can adopt routine technical rules to implement graduated discount rates. And by statute, those rates may not adversely affect agency liquor stores with a low level of inventory. In addition, there's another provision of law which authorizes the Bureau to adopt major substantive rules establishing sales incentive program for agency liquor stores. So that's the provision I was alluding to in our prior work session. There's also another statute that creates an exception to this general pricing practice. And under that statute, the Bureau may, through routine technical rules, establish retail prices that differ from the prices established by the Commission to address certain special pricing situations, for example, special sales or reduced prices for products that are unlikely to be sold at the Commission's established price. The proposed amendment that the stakeholders brought to you would make the following changes. First, it would direct Bablo's spirits pricing rules under 83C2 to be major substantive rules. And as I pointed out, the statute currently suggests that the rules are about retail prices and wholesale prices, and the actual spirits pricing rules that are been issued cover both, but it's unclear if the proposed amendment meant to make both types of rules major substantive, or whether some would be and some would not be. So that's a question I have that I brought up later. In addition, the amendment would direct the Bureau's spirits pricing rules to be designed to generate sufficient revenues to meet but not exceed the requirements of Title 28A, to treat spirits products that have different prices. I believe that means the price at which the supplier sells the spirit to the state. So to treat those different prices and bottle sizes equitably. And also the amendment would require that any disproportionate impacts on spirit suppliers and agency liquor stores be considered in setting those prices. In addition, it would require the Bureau to develop a process for an effective party to appeal from all pricing decisions. And finally, it would explicitly require the Bureau to modify its existing spirits pricing rules to comply with these requirements. There's also a provision in the proposed amendment about reporting of certain sales data. So it may be helpful for you to know what we get reported now. So under current law, the Bureau is required to submit an annual report both to the governor and this committee that contains many types of information, including the Bureau's revenues and expenses for the previous calendar year, a statement of revenue collected through its licensing and enforcement functions, as well as the revenue collected through the state spirits tax and excise tax on other liquor products. Just as an aside, they're supposed to certify those statements monthly to the commissioner, and the annual report requires all of those months worth of information to be sent to you. In addition, the annual report has to have a complete statement of the monthly revenues and expenses for the sale of spirits by the state. It's similar to the requirement above. And it also has to have a statement of expenditures and investments made by the Bureau for spirit sales, including any reductions in the retail price of spirits or incentives offered to agency liquor stores, and the impact of these price reductions on the sale of spirits in the state. And finally, they can include in their annual report any recommended changes to the title. Under Section 5 of the proposed amendment, which is not written in that annual reporting requirement, but in a different subsection of law, it would require the Bureau to include either in that annual report or in a report to the TTB aggregate and separately itemized data on the retail sales of liquor for on-premises consumption versus off-premises consumption. Then you may remember from the public hearing the discussion of the fact that wholesale licensees currently fill out purchase order forms in triplicate, and that's required by statute, and it specifies where each copy of the form goes. Section 6 of the proposed amendment would eliminate the requirement that the purchase order forms be completed in triplicate, but if you read it carefully, it nevertheless continues to require that the wholesale licensee submit one copy of that form to the manufacturer or out-of-state wholesaler from whom it's buying the product, submit one copy to the Bureau, and retain one copy. So there still will be 3 copies of that form. And finally, in Section 7 of the proposed amendment, it directs this committee to review the Bureau's malt liquor, wine, and low alcohol spirits product labeling and registration rules, as well as its spirits pricing rules during the 131st legislature. And it authorizes the committee to report out a bill on that. If you are interested, it sounded like from what Senator Hickman said at the beginning of today's meeting that there might not be a vote today. So I just want to point out to you that the spirits product, sorry, not spirits, everything else, malt liquor, wine, and low alcohol spirits product labeling and registration rules are available. They're posted in the electronic committee file, or you can just click on that to get to them. And just to remind you, those rules require that before the label is registered with the Bureau, it first has to be approved by the federal government. The rules also state that any changes that require federal government approval are considered label changes at the state level as well. So you need a new registration. And it also requires all labels to be re-registered annually. It does set forth fees, but all of those fees that it sets forth are actually required by statute as well. The current rules for spirits pricing are available also on the electronic committee file or by clicking there, or you can go to the Secretary of State's website. Those were last amended in August 2014, which I believe may be related to some of the confusion, because if you look at the rules, they cite to a statute as the authority to adopt them. That doesn't match with any current statute because that statute's since been repealed. It doesn't mean the rules are wrong, but it's just hard to follow sort of where the authority comes from. So I just wanted to give you a summary, hopefully really quick, of what's in those rules. Those rules identify the factors the Bureau may consider in establishing the retail price of new spirits products. Again, the rules don't establish the pricing formula or require the establishment of a pricing formula. It's also an aside, the rules currently direct the Bureau and not the Commission to establish the retail price. So that would be inconsistent with what happens currently. Actually, there's different language in the rules that sort of suggests either one, but there is one place where it specifically says that BABLA sets the price, and it does not. The rules also provide a process for a spirit supplier to request or for the Bureau to propose a change in the retail price, and that process would require the Bureau to provide a notice of its preliminary decision on the change of the price to the supplier, who then has an opportunity to submit written comments before the director would make a final decision that they would recommend to the Commission. The rules don't specify whether those comments are forwarded to the Commission. I put in this detail because there was a lot of sense from the testimony and the way that the proposed amendment was written, that there was a request for more input into the price establishment process. So this is a way for suppliers to have input into price change process. It doesn't appear that that applies to the original price setting process. So I thought that might be helpful for you to know. There's also a process for spirit suppliers to request or for the director to independently initiate special pricing of products with a package size of over 375 milliliters. And there's the rules also, so those are all about retail prices. The rules also talk about the graduated discount rates for spirits products. And remember, those discount rates lead to the wholesale price. So currently there are two minimum discount rates based on whether the product's retail price is greater than $25 or less than $25. And then there's also a series of gross incentives for agency liquor stores, which is where you get to the maximum under current rules of 18% being the discount rate. And then if you want some information and a sample calculation of how you figure out the prices of spirits, we went over this at the orientation in the first regular session. There is a handout, which I worked with the Bureau and Pine State to make sure that it was accurate, that sort of explains the spirits pricing process, and that's available through that link, or if you are just looking at the VLA committee page, it's under orientation materials. So hopefully this part of the bill analysis would maybe be the most helpful for you. I think it's important before you decide to go through all the questions that I listed here to identify the specific concerns or policy objectives that the bill is intended to address. So some of the concerns that were mentioned in the testimony include increasing the transparency regarding the retail pricing process so that spirit suppliers know how to determine the price at which they want to sell their product to the state so they can ensure their final price will be competitive. There were some concerns about equity and fairness among spirit suppliers. If that's a major concern, a question you might ask yourself is whether it's best to accomplish that equity and fairness by establishing a rigid pricing formula that treats all products the same, regardless of size, the price tier they're in, or the type of spirits, or whether you think it's better to identify some specific factors that have to be considered when the retail price is established, and then granting spirit suppliers an opportunity to provide input as the commission establishes the retail price to maybe explain why one factor or another they believe should influence the decision more or less. Or you might have a different approach. Those were just two that occurred to me off the top of my head. Other concerns were whether you want to maximize the state's revenue and ensure Maine's retail prices are competitive with New Hampshire's prices, and how does that apply if you put in rigid pricing formulas or major substantive rules that sort of delay the process to change the rules, but maybe they help with the transparency side. So there are all these different things to consider. And then finally, it's sort of a separate issue, but there's that reporting requirement that's in the proposed amendment, and it's not clear what concern exactly that is intended to address, but that's something to think about. I'm sure there is a concern. I'm just not entirely sure what it is. This next point probably should have kind of been put up as a bullet there. I did want to point out that President Jackson, he was not alone. It was just most obvious in his testimony. He testified that his constituents have reported frustration with the retail licensing decisions made by the Bureau. If you remember that, I think it was a bowling alley that was discussed in the first special session. And the frustration about the level of input those constituents are allowed to provide in those decisions. I did want to point out, despite that testimony, I think there was similar testimony from the speaker that the proposed amendment doesn't address that, neither does the bill. It doesn't get into licensing decisions by the Bureau. If you want to see what the current process is, there's municipal input and Bureau input. It's in section 653 of the current law. You can click there, or you can look in your binder for that provision. I did want to point out also, I mentioned it earlier, there is a statutory conflict between the tax statute and the section of law that's in the bill about who sets the retail price of spirits. And the way that the subcommittee, the Title 28 subcommittee, decided to amend the law would be to clarify that the Bureau, because this statute here, which is what's being amended in the proposed amendment, talks about the Bureau's duties. So one Bureau duty would be to make recommendations to the Commission regarding the retail price of spirits, and then it would establish the wholesale price of spirits. So if you might want to consider whether you want to include that in this bill if you want to move forward. That language is included in the bill, but not the proposed amendment. The second sentence here was drafted. Remember, this subcommittee met in 2019, and my understanding at the time was to make the second sentence match the first. So then the Bureau would adopt rules regarding the wholesale pricing of spirits, and it crosses out the retail pricing of spirits because I was trying to make them match. But it sounds to me, and it's clear currently, that the Bureau actually adopts rules about both. So that may be something we need to take out. I've noted that for LD 1643, if that's the only place that this statute is amended. But I did want to point that out. These other changes are in LD 1643, but you can't put them in this bill because LD 1643 creates this new term, wholesale spirits provider, etc. I just didn't want to be misrepresenting what that bill does. So the highlighted section is really what to focus on in this bill. Some things to consider about the spirits pricing rule. There are at least 4 statutory provisions that authorize the Bureau to establish rules regarding the retail and wholesale pricing of spirits. To recap, the section that's in the bill generally requires the Bureau to adopt rules regarding the wholesale and retail pricing of spirits. The section that's immediately below it in the statute but doesn't appear in the bill, luckily you have a binder with it in there for you though, authorizes the Bureau to adopt rules for special pricing situations. Another provision of that same statute, subsection 5, authorizes the Bureau to adopt rules for sales incentives for agency liquor stores. And finally, as we've talked about many times today, section 606, subsection 4A, authorizes the Bureau to adopt rules establishing graduated discount rates. And those, again, affect the wholesale price. Under current law, only this category 3, the sales incentives for agency liquor stores, are required to be major substantive rules. And that statute was enacted. It was sort of a rewrite of the law. It's after the current rules were made. So I don't know if they were adopted as major substantive or not, because it's part of a larger set of rules, and all the rest of those rules only have to be routine technical. So the questions you might want to ask are, which of these rules do you want to make major substantive, if any, or all, or some? Do you want the Bureau to establish rules about how the commission sets the retail price, which seems to be what the rules sort of appear to do now? It's sort of the understanding of the proposed amendment. Or are they really just establishing rules regarding how it recommends a retail price to the commission, and then the commission sort of has free will to decide on its own what the retail price would be, not constrained by factors? I'm not suggesting either one. It's just something to think about. Would you want the rules to establish that pricing formula, or merely factors to be considered by that formula, and that formula not to be in rules? The former would provide more of certainty that the industry testified it desires, because the Bureau wouldn't be authorized to change the pricing formula without rulemaking. And the latter would slow the state's ability to adjust the pricing formula to compete with other states. So that's true even if it's routine technical rulemaking. There is administrative processes you have to go to change the rules, but it's definitely more of an issue, if you think it's an issue, if it's major substantive rules, because the process to adopt those rules is much longer and it requires the legislature's consideration. You also might want to ask if you want to direct that specific factors must be considered and other factors must not be considered in establishing the retail price. I realize that right now all those factors are established in rule, but you can amend the statute to say the rules have to include these factors and can't include those factors. So you're not limited. You can absolutely put that in statute and the rules will have to follow. So I gave you some examples of what you might want factors to be. If you want to see the current factors, there's a link here to the spirits rules. I know there's a link somewhere else, but if you got to that part, you might want to just link when you're there. So you can look there to see what the current factors are. Again, remember, those factors are not the equivalent of the pricing formula. That's not in rules. That's a separate thing, and it's not required by rule or prohibited by rule. So I'm not suggesting the Bureau did anything wrong. It's just not a rule. There are also some questions you might want to ask if indeed the bill is focused on the wholesale price of spirits or the agency liquor store incentives. You would ask similar questions about what factors you want to be considered. I have met with the stakeholders. It's not clear to me that they really meant to get into the wholesale price and everything else, but I just wasn't sure given where the proposed amendment was in section 2 and the language that was used. So, and obviously you can do, as the committee, it's your bill, you can amend any of those and give factors for any of them if you want to, right, in statute. Then there's the big question about appeals from spirits pricing decisions. I know this was very important to many of the people who testified. And the proposed amendment would require the Bureau to adopt by rule a process for an affected party to appeal from a pricing decision. So there are several questions about that. Do you want, which pricing decisions do you want appeals to be available from? Just the retail pricing decision that's currently made by the commission, or also wholesale pricing decisions? Now, the latter seems somewhat ridiculous because remember we discussed you take the retail price, you multiply it by the discount rate, and you calculate the wholesale price. So it's not really clear what you could appeal from, but where the amendment has it, it's not clear which pricing decision is intended to be appealed from. And the reason that may be helpful as an analogy is if you decide through this process that you want to require a rigid pricing formula because that emphasizes the transparency and consistency requested by the suppliers, then I'm not sure if an appeals process makes sense because you just have to apply the pricing formula. There's nothing really to appeal from other than maybe somebody entered the numbers into the calculator wrong, in which case I don't think you need a formal appeals process. They'd probably just say, oh yeah, that was an error and fix it. At least that's what I'd do, because I type in the wrong all the time. Then you need to decide who is an affected party that could make an appeal. If you have more of a factor-based spirits pricing, retail pricing setup where there would actually possibly be a need for an appeal, would only the supplier of the product be able to appeal? What about their competitors? What about the agency liquor stores if they think that's not a good price to actually move the product off the shelves? What about a customer? And again, the same question if wholesale prices can be appealed. Who would you want to decide the appeal? Does it, as I read the proposed amendment, it's not clear who that would be. Would it make sense for the Bureau to conduct an appeal from a commission decision that's based on a recommendation from the Bureau? I don't know. Would you want the commission to decide the appeal? And it may turn on how exactly you want the retail price to be set moving forward. So instead of establishing an appeal process, if you remember those sort of overarching concerns and ideas I asked at the beginning was, do you want rigid rules for a price, or do you want more factor-based? And how do you, and if you have more factor-based, is there a way for the spirit supplier to give input upfront on setting of the price? So I gave you 2 examples, and they're not all of the examples in the world. They were just ones I thought of to give you some ideas. So if the rules are more factor-based and the Bureau proposes a retail price, and it could provide notice of that price to the spirit supplier, and then the spirit supplier could be given either an opportunity to provide input on that price before the commission meeting is conducted, or actually during the commission meeting, and then the commission would listen to that input in setting that price. That's kind of similar to the spirit's price change process that's in rule now, although those comments are only given to Bablo. They might be forwarded to the commission. I'm just not sure under the rules. So that's one option. Another option would be that the Bureau gives the individual notice of what the proposed price would be, and then gives them a certain number of days after receiving that to request that the commission conduct an adjudicatory hearing, a more formal process, and it's all laid out in the Maine Administrative Procedures Act. You wouldn't have to come up with those procedures. You could require the Bureau to come up with them, or you could just say, follow the Administrative Procedures Act, and then they could do that to get some formal input on establishing the retail price. So that's another way to maybe address input in the spirits pricing product process. Any of these then could lead to a court appeal, because anytime there is an agency decision, you can in fact go to Superior Court. So all of that would be available as options. As far as the reporting requirement, remember that Section 5 requires the aggregate and then the itemized sales of liquor for on-premises consumption and then for off-premises consumption in the state. As I read that, that's only 3 numbers. Literally, the total on-premises is 1 number, and then off-premises is the 3rd number. So I didn't know if you wanted more detail than just those 3 numbers, separate for spirits, wine, malt liquor, or low alcohol spirits. Is it intended to be per retailer, something else? I would note, if you look above where we talk about that reporting requirement, there is a lot of detail right now required on spirit sales, less detail required on wine, malt liquor, and low alcohol spirits sales. So maybe that's the intent or something you want to consider. I think it's pretty clear that they intend that these sales be during the prior calendar year that are being reported. It's just not specified. So consider whether that is truly what you want. And then my final point on this is the way that the proposed amendment is written, and even the bill, it says that these numbers have to be either reported to you all as part of the annual report or to the TTB. And generally statute, when it has these reporting requirements, is about giving information to the legislature. So it didn't make sense to me that that would be a report to the TTB would be sufficient. So this gets back to the question of, why do we want this extra report? And is it sufficient that only the federal government gets that information? Or if they're already reporting it to the federal government, should they just include it in their annual report? Those are things to consider there. As far as the wholesale licensee paperwork, this is something similar to paddleball and curling. It's just really interesting. So, at least in my mind. So first of all, I would point out this part isn't funny. This is actually serious. This is really important. There is some gendered language in the current law that is proposed to be removed in LD 1643. And also the reference to foreign is being removed throughout the bill when it actually means out of state and not out of country. So because this provision appears in the proposed amendment, their question is, do you want to incorporate those changes? And then, although the proposed amendment says you don't have to fill out a triplicate form, it still requires 3 copies of the form to be in 3 different places. So I just want to make sure that was truly the intent. The language of the proposed amendment says that the wholesale licensee would submit rather than mail a copy of the form to the Bureau. I believe this, I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that this is about maybe allow electronic submission or something else. And if that's true, is it better to just specify that, or is the intent to leave it vague so that the way that that's submitted changes over time is fine? And then here's the funny part that's like curling. So there's another statute about unbonded wholesale licensees. So this whole triplicate form requirement applies if you're a wholesale licensee and you execute a security bond to cover the possible excise taxes that you owe the state. If you don't do that, you have to submit quintuplicate forms. So I don't know why get rid of the triplicates and not the quintuplicates. So that's up to you. As far as the labeling rules, I realize that there's been a lot of testimony about frustration with changing labeling requirements. And so this is not meant to be partisan or push policy in any way. I just literally am a little bit perplexed by this proposal and the proposed amendment. So under current law, the product labeling and registration rules that are adopted by the Bureau must be consistent with the regulations promulgated by the Tax and Trade Bureau. At first blush, when I read the rules, the current rules appear to achieve that consistency. And then the other things they do are set forth fees, but those fees are actually statutory fees. So I'm not sure the goal that would be accomplished by transforming these rules from routine technical to major substantive. I am sure there is a reason that this has been proposed. So if we understand a little bit better why, then you might still want to make them major substantive rules, but you might also want to add some detail in the statute about what the rules can or can't do or shouldn't do to address whatever the concern is that's underlining this labeling rule proposal. And then there is provision in the proposed amendment that specifies in statute that the Bureau has to change any rules to match statute. And I would just point out that statute trumps rule at any time. And you don't normally write that in statute. You have in the past, through bills that come through this committee, directed in unallocated law that the Bureau update its rules to reflect a new statutory provision that you've passed. I gave an example here. You could do something similar to that, but it's just really not normal to say in statute, rules must match statute, because that is in fact the law. If the rules don't match statute, statute wins. And then finally, Section 7 of the proposed amendment, through that you would be directing yourselves or the people who are elected next time and serve on this committee and requiring this committee to review the rules and maybe report out legislation. That's a little bit odd. It's not a problem. If you want to do that, it's absolutely fine. But if the goal is to trigger a review of the rules during the 131st legislature, which would be able to review any major substantive rules that the Bureau proposes, but maybe they're not ready in time. So maybe the goal is the rules aren't ready in time. We still want to make sure that the committee reviews those rules and then has authority to report out a bill. You could instead, depending on what exactly the concern is underlining this, require the Bureau to just submit a one-time report. You could make it ongoing, but you could decide it'd be one time to 131st legislature saying, hey, we're submitting our major substantive rules later on, so be on the lookout for them and they're going to comply with the statutory requirements, or this is why they're not going to be ready this session. We just want you to know and explain it all. And then you could give yourself authority to report out legislation in response to that report. Don't have to do that. I was just trying to figure out what's the goal behind it and how could you make it a little more meaty to get the information you wanted. So those were my thoughts on that bill.
Thank you, Janet. There certainly was a lot to unpack with that, and I know that was, I hope that meeting with the stakeholders was sufficient to unpack all of it. Doesn't sound like it was, but it sounded like it was helpful, so.
Well, I did want to say, I don't see, oh, Senator Hickman's here. Then I'm not going to talk about stakeholders.
I did have one question on when you're talking about section 3 under spirits pricing rules. Number 2 authorizes Babelo to adopt rules for special pricing situations. Are those special pricing situations defined? Are they temporary? Is it permanent? Or is it just, is there a definition for that? Oh, you're muted,
I'm
Janet.
muted, sorry. Share my screen again. So you're talking about this, so.
Yes.
Lovely internet brings me right there. So this is the provision. It says the Bureau can by rule set retail prices on spirits at different levels than those established by the commission. See, here's another place where it recognizes the commission does that, even though it doesn't appear in number 2. And these are the types of circumstances. Well, it first says it has to be available at all agency liquor stores. It can't be a sale just in one store. If it's unlikely to be sold for the retail price set by the commission, or it can reduce at the expense of the manufacturer or supplier the retail price of test market spirits items that fail to meet set minimum gross profit standards after a 3-month period. I must admit, I do not know what that means, but I'm sure other people do. But those are the guidelines in statute.
I interpret that to be pretty broad. So basically, if a product isn't selling, if I understand this correctly, the Bureau can reduce the retail price if the product is not moving off the shelves fast enough. Is that a correct assessment?
Right. I think those are B, and it sounds a little bit like it's C. I think A may be more about sales. You know, just a couple of items this month and a couple items next month. A little special.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Janet. Any questions for Janet regarding the analysis? Senator Hickman. You're muted, sir.
I'm still eating lunch. It was a long wait. So I'll be on and off, so I'm not being rude. I would like, Janet, if you were to review your stakeholder meeting before I turned on my camera, act as if I'm not here and talk about that a little bit, please, just for the committee's edification.
Sure. So at the stakeholders who met, who I believe there may be more stakeholders who worked on the proposed amendment, but I can just tell you who was at this meeting. There were representatives from Discus, from the Beer and Wine Distributors, from Sazerac, from the Maine Chamber of Commerce, a co-sponsor of the bill, and then Jerry Reed, who's that former Babelo director. And they started talking about sort of what their goals were. And this is where I came up with the idea of, it came clear to me that there's this desire for clarity in how the retail price is going to be set. And there was sort of an understanding that maybe like the pricing formula has to be used. And I tried to explain that's not in rules. That's why I mentioned it several times in the bill analysis. I just want you to understand that's not rules. There's nothing wrong with having a pricing formula. It's probably really helpful and transparent to lots of people. The rules just establish the factors that have to be considered. And so there was a desire for clarity. There were debates about whether to have just a flat markup, no matter what kind of spirits product you have. Is that the right way to go? I spoke to them about the language about equity in pricing and whether you really want to make it required to be equal or more to factors. So there were a lot of things that the stakeholders want to consider about what they want to recommend to you. And we spoke also about the desire for an appeals process. And I think they're going to consider whether they want more of the rigid rules. And then that would mean you don't need to appeal because there's nothing to appeal. You just do a calculation and get the price. Or do they want more flexible rules, but maybe have input up front before the price is set? And we talked about the possibility of using the Administrative Procedures Act procedures. And they thought a lot about the major substantive rule provisions. That's where I got the sense that it's really about retail price, but not wholesale price. But I might have misunderstood, and different people had to leave the conversation at different times. As you can imagine, I spoke for a while, so I might have used up some of their time. And they were going to think about that, and we talked a little bit about the other issues that I was planning to raise in the bill analysis, so they would know about them. And then after this work session, although the bill analysis is posted online, I'm going to send it to the person who convened the meeting so she can make sure they all have it, so they know what I've suggested you all consider. It doesn't mean you have to consider those or be limited to those, but just so that they're all sort of on the same page with you.
So if I could, Janet, it sounds like the pricing formula was really the crux of the major crux. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff in here as well, but if what I'm hearing correctly is the pricing formula was key for them. And then depending on how that's set, an appeals process if they don't like the outcome of that. Is that, oversimplifying?
I hesitate to speak for anyone. Those were major points of the conversation, at least. And there were some concerns about how does this impact the contract that we have with Pine State and everything else. So there's a lot of interrelated factors with this and the other bill we just talked about as well. And I would just point out, if you are focusing on retail prices here and wholesale prices in that other bill, there might be a minimum of conflicts between the two, but I don't think you have to do that. It just would be helpful to make sure they don't conflict.
Thank you. And and I know you rattled off the lists, Janet, but was Bablo present at the stakeholders meeting at all, or was it, or did they have a representative there? Or was it all okay.
No, and I didn't convene it, so I didn't have anything to do with that decision.
I understand. Just wanted to make sure I had the participation clear. So thank you. Any questions for Senator Hickman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Janet, for this process and doing what you do so well. I guess what I'm going to recommend, and unless, of course, the director just wants to say something about what's in front of us today, which is fine. If he does, I see him turn on his camera, so that might mean he has something to say, is that because this analysis is now here and will be in the hands of the stakeholders who previously convened, that we have another one of those meetings so that the questions that are asked of the industry can be answered by the industry, and that my goal is to have them sort of tell us what they have agreed to, and then talk to the director of Bablo about it to find out if any of it is workable under the current constraints of the contract. So, you know, this is a step in a process. This is another bill that won't necessarily get a vote until later because we've got all these other interweaving components to deal with. And so that was really where I wasn't even sure we were going to take this up today, but I'm glad that we do have this public review. So now the director can hear what's happening, and I know that we need at least another meeting for the industry to even decide together what their consensus is to be asking for the Bureau to consider, and for us as lawmakers to either approve or disapprove of, or come up with our own ideas after we are certain that we see exactly what it is we're trying to solve. So
Senator Hickman, if I could, do you have a time frame in mind for that? I mean, should we say, you know, please get together in the next time frame so that we have enough time for the department to look at it, we can review it, we can have that substantive discussion and not rush through at the end, I guess.
Yeah, we won't be rushing. I think that, you know, we know what our deadlines are. 60% voted out by next Friday, and then 100% voted out a few weeks after that. This probably won't make the first cutoff, and I'm okay with that. I want, if we're going to move forward with some changes that satisfy the industry that the department can live with, we just need time to make sure that happens. And so I don't know what the schedule is of all the stakeholders, but if we don't come back to this bill for another week or week and a half, I'm going to be fine with that.
All right, Director Minio, I guess I will ask you, I'll open it up with a question of, is that a process that you would be open to? And then you can expound from there.
Thank you. Yes, we'd be open to the process, and we would certainly look forward to participating in the process. So I will say that we have not been part of the process so far. And I just want to also say that I think we're looking at the third or fourth iteration of the bill, and they're kind of coming fast and furious. So we're trying to keep up with it, with the amendments, and we're doing the best we can. So we will do that and drill down. When you convene the next meeting that we're part of, we will address every single point made in Janet's analysis and any points that came from this stakeholders group that has been convened.
And if I may say, both Director and Mr. Chair, and the reason why I had suggested that the stakeholders simply meet without you was because I knew that you had testified against the bill, which is fine. And so before there was any discussion of a compromise, I wanted the stakeholders to be clear what it was exactly they were looking for, so that nobody's time would be wasted at the department.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't want to be disrespectful of the process, but I'm still, based on the analysis, I'm not convinced that they're in conjunction themselves. So I just want to make sure that this process doesn't drag on longer than need to. But I'm certainly willing to give it its time. Again, we were constantly saying here, we always want to do it right the first time and not keep doing it over and over again. So I just want to make sure that we coalesce around ideas as relatively quickly as possible. So
I think that people are absolutely understanding our urgency. And so we do know, and everybody is aware, that if there's only a part of this that can be done this session, we'll do a part of it. If we can't do all of it, we won't do all of it. So that's also on the table for all the stakeholders to be aware of.
Excellent. All right. Any other questions or discussion? Any questions for Director Mineo or Janet based on the analysis? Okay, seeing none, I would be happy to entertain a motion. Oh, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, we're good. I'd be happy to entertain a motion. Senator Farron.
I will make a motion to table.
Second.
Motion to table by Senator Farron, seconded by Representative Riley, non-debatable. So Karen, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont.
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Senator Farron.
Yes.
Senator Farron, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 12 members voting in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 0 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So that concludes the work session on 1906. If we could, I think the last thing on our docket today is 1914, Janet. So when you are ready.
LD 1914 is an act to allow wine retailers with 2 or more licensed facilities to freely transfer wine between approved facilities. Under current law, an off-premises retail licensee of malt liquor or wine may not knowingly sell liquor to another off-premises retail licensee of malt liquor or wine for resale. The bill creates an exception to that general rule by authorizing those licensed off-premises retail licensees to sell or transfer wine by the case or by the bottle to another off-premises retail licensee as long as the same person or persons holds a majority interest in both retailers. The off-premises retailers are located within the territory of the same wholesale licensee for the specific type of wine being sold or transferred, and the off-premises retailer that's making the sale or transfer obtains approval from BABLO before making the first sale or transfer. So the bill doesn't contemplate approval for each transfer, just an initial approval for transferring the wine. At the public hearing, the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association proposed amending the bill to include transfers of malt liquor. And I did want to note for you that under a separate statute, if you have multiple agency liquor stores in your corporation, and remember, agency liquor stores are the off-premises retailers of spirits, those entities are allowed to transfer spirits between their locations. Under current law, they do have to provide the Bureau paperwork for each transfer. The bill sponsor testified in favor of amending the bill to clarify that wine purchased by off-premises retail licensees must be stored at an existing retail location and not in a separate warehouse facility. The Maine Beer and Wine Distributors Association requested that the committee specify that storage facility be no larger than 750 square feet in space, and that there only be one storage facility per group of off-premises licensees that are going to be transferring products. During that part of the hearing, you did request that the stakeholders meet to discuss a proposed amendment, which we will talk about in a second. The Maine Beer and Wine Distributors Association also requested in their testimony that the track and trace system, which involves invoices for each transfer, apply to these transfers. On the other hand, Rosemont Market and Bakery testified that it has an electronic inventory system that would be able to run a report, and they could tell the Bureau where every bottle of wine is located in their inventory. So they suggested maybe a track and trace system wasn't necessary. I did want to point out some drafting issues. So this is in the category of things that the Title 28 subcommittee did not have a chance to address. So everyone's understanding of the law, including my own, when we talk about the three-tier system and everything else, is that a retailer, including an off-premises retailer, can't sell or transfer any of its products to any other retailer. But if you actually read the statute, what it says is a person licensed under this section, so 1201, these are retailers of malt liquor or wine for off-premises consumption, or their agents or employees can't sell. It doesn't say anything about transferring. They can't sell, and it says liquor, which is a little bit odd because these are malt liquor or wine retailers. They aren't spirits retailers. And they can't sell that liquor to another retailer licensed under this section. So they can't sell liquor to an off-premises retailer. There's no prohibition on selling it to an on-premises retailer. So I had some suggestions here. I can go into them in detail, but I would change the word liquor to malt liquor or wine because that's the only thing that these retailers sell. If you do that, then you aren't under the misperception that this section has anything to do with spirits. And that's why this cross-reference to section 606 is in there. That's about spirits. I don't think you need that because this section isn't really about spirits. So those would be my proposals there. Also, the license under this section, if you really want the law to be clear that if you're an off-premises retailer, you can't transfer to any other retailer, then you'd get rid of license under this section. That would take care of that. And then finally, the word sell, you might want to say sell or transfer if you want to make it clear that this wine transferring authority is an exception to the general rule, which everyone sort of understands. But the only statute I could find that sort of says it is this one, and it doesn't quite say it. So the stakeholders also did meet, and I met with them. Do you want me to go through that proposed amendment?
If you could, Janet, that'd be great. Thank you.
So if you remember, as I mentioned, the chairs requested that a group of stakeholders meet to discuss any possible consensus amendment to the bill. So those stakeholders included representatives from the Bureau, the Maine Beer and Wine Distributors Association, the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association, Rosemont Bakery, the bill sponsor, and then the chairs. And they did reach a consensus amendment. So this is a description. The language is also attached. It was emailed to you and it is posted online. But basically what the amendment would do would provide that each group of commonly owned, which would be retailers that share a majority owner or owners as described in the bill, but each group of those commonly owned off-premises retail licensees would have to designate one location, one of their existing retail locations, that will make the wine transfers and sales to the other commonly owned off-premises retail licensees. And they would then have that one location where they could have storage, and it would be no larger than 750 square feet in size. And it would be clear that they can't store the wine in a separate storage facility. In addition, the amendment would recognize that the off-premises retail licensee where the wine storage area is located and from which the transfers and sales will be made must obtain approval from the Bureau before making such transfers and sales. The Bureau may not approve such an application unless there are certain things that are demonstrated. First, that this off-premises retail licensee has an inventory tracking system that's capable of identifying which of its commonly owned retailers has possession of each wine product at all times. It would have to have a safe and secure method for transferring wine products between licensed off-premises retail locations. And it would have to demonstrate that for each wine product for which it seeks authority to do these transfers, that the location where the storage facility is in the same wholesaler territory for that product as the locations where they're going to make the transfers or sales. If BABLO were to approve this application, then the off-premises retailer would be able to transfer the wine products in that application to the commonly owned off-premises retail licensees in that application as well. They wouldn't have to notify of each wine transfer or sale. The stakeholders felt that this inventory tracking system requirement would take care of that concern. And then if in the future, the off-premises retail licensee that commonly is in a common group ownership has a new location, or if they want to start transferring a different wine product, then they would have some kind of application form where they could get expanded authority from the Bureau, which would again check, for example, that this new wine product, the places where they're going to transfer it are within the same wholesale licensee's territory. Interesting fact, when we were in this, I learned that different wine products might be sold by different wholesale licensees and their territories might not geographically match up. So that's why this concern was important, to make sure you look on a product by product basis that you are in fact in the same wholesale licensee's territory. So the language is attached. I'm happy to read through it, but you have it. So I will look for the chair's direction.
I'm okay if we move through. Like I said, I don't think we're, as much as I would like to move this through today. I think it's there for committee members to review if they need to. The language is pretty straightforward, I think so. Unless somebody else would like to, unless somebody in the committee wishes to go through it line by line, which I'm happy to accommodate if need be. But okay, see no request. I would just like to add my 2 cents. I involved in the stakeholder group, and I want to thank Janet for really keeping us in the realm of the statutes and how they should be written. And in spite of all of my efforts to complicate things with obtuse questions, she was able to keep us on track and get us to a consensus. So I wanted to thank her immensely for that and craft language that is understandable. But also wanted to appreciate and acknowledge everybody who participated in the stakeholders meeting. I thought it was very professional. I thought it was very, very astute, and there were very, very positive discussions across the board, and that includes Director Minio and his team. So I was very, very pleased with the outcome of that. So I think we were able to address the concerns that stakeholders had, the concerns that the department had, and come out with a good policy product. So so I just wanted to thank everybody that was involved in that. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I hear in the analysis that if the licensee had several stores and they were in different retail areas that they could not do this transfer, or did I just hear that wrong? Please.
So the way that both the bill and the proposed amendment are written is if you have a wine product and you're an off-premises retail licensee, you want to send it to your other location, that other location needs to be located within the same wholesaler's territory for that product.
Follow up?
Yep, please.
I know you've got a stakeholder group and other stuff. I am coming in late to this sort of stuff, so you're gonna have to help me. Isn't that working against what the purpose of this bill is for? You know, because we designate certain areas for certain people, why would that stop these stores from the convenience that we're trying to help them with?
I might be able to address that from the intent side of it, because I also have one of the bill requesters is relocating to my town. So the challenge is that no one's trying to interfere or take over the role of the distributor. In fact, it was made very strong efforts to ensure that they weren't becoming distributors. It has to stay within their own organization. The challenge comes into what Janet alluded to, I believe, with multiple distributors may have the same product. So for example, one product might be offered by one distributor in Southern Maine, but a different one in Central or Northern Maine. So the concern was you can't transfer product outside of a distributor's network, right? So if, let's say, they have a store in Portland and a store in Bangor, and it's a yellowtail Chardonnay, I think was one of the examples or something, it might be marketed or distributed by one company in Portland, but that same product could be distributed by a different company in Bangor. So in order to keep it clean and without overcomplicating it, it was determined if there was a third store, let's say in Augusta, and the southern distributor covered that store, then the retailer could transfer within those stores, but could not transfer to Bangor because it was outside of the parent store's distribution network. Does that sound about right, Janet, or am I stretching that?
No, that's what the proposed amendment and the bill do. I think that the wholesalers had articulated several reasons why that was helpful to them. I don't remember them off the top of my head. I think it had to do with returns and bottle redemption and things like that, but I don't remember all of them. And I'm not intimately familiar with how their process works, but they did have concerns that the stakeholders agreed to. I just can't articulate them for you. We could ask them though.
Does that help, Senator Miramont, or would you like more? You want more detailed info?
That's good for now.
You're good?
Good for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I can bring in, I see Ms. Timberlake is in for the distributors group. If you want, we can bring her in, and you certainly can ask her questions too if you'd like, Senator.
Not now. Let me digest. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Representative Wood.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I maybe misunderstood some of the intent at the beginning, or maybe I'm just getting more detailed than I need to be, but I was surprised in the stakeholders proposed amendment document when it was explained about for wine storage that one off-premises location would be designated as the storage. I guess I was thinking more about, and I'll just use Rosemont because they're around the corner from me in the west end of Portland, and they have a store in the east end of Portland, that if one store ran out of a particular product, they could call the east end and say, hey, I need some more of this, and vice versa. But the way I'm reading this is there's only one designated place that could be sending the product, which is right, which is
so
correct.
I can address the conceptual part of it, but I'll look to Janet to make sure that the statutory language reflects that. And the idea of having one central location was for deliveries, so that you would have one, and it would be easier to establish that that designated store would be in a certain distributor's geography, right? So rather than, because if they, again, using Senator Miramont's example, if there's a store up in Bangor and they want to transfer product down to Portland, they wouldn't be allowed to do that because it would be outside of the district. And then I believe the distributors, was important for them to have, and the department, I believe, to have that one location so that it was clear for the distributors, they would have one location that they were dropping off to and picking up from, and not still have to do, currently they have to do every store individually. So by designating one location, it made it easier for them in terms of managing deliveries and tracking, and it made it easier, I think, for the department in terms of enforcement and being able to make sure that they had that concentrated point, if you will, for transfers in and out. I don't believe there's anything, and Janet, please jump in if I'm misrepresenting anything. I don't believe there's anything preventing, let's say, Rosemont in Wyndham, if there's one in Wyndham and one in Scarborough, from exchanging between each other. It doesn't have to go to the central first and then back out again, as long as it's within that retail network and it's in that same distributor's geography. So if I'm wrong with that, Janet, please jump in and correct me.
That was not how I understood it, but we could certainly change it to say that.
How did you understand it? Because
that there would be one location is approved to have the storage and make the transfers. I don't think it's a problem to amend the language the other way. That was how I understood the stakeholders. I might have understood them incorrectly though. So you were actually a stakeholder. I was just a scribe.
I would say don't change it unless we get feedback from stakeholders between now and the time we vote it, that that's something that they want to do. So
if I could follow up with you, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
The way you described it, I think, is what I thought we were trying to do. So I am interested in what the stakeholders' response is at our next, probably at our next work session.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in, if it's okay with you, I'm going to bring in Ms. Timberlake. She was an active participant from the group, and Director Minio, I think, is still in here as well. If he would like to, if he'd like to comment on that. We made several accommodations to make sure that everybody was comfortable with it. So that might have been one of the accommodations that was made, was to make sure it was just between that one location. I just want to confirm that from that first. So good morning, Ms. Timberlake, or afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Would you like to weigh in on the discussion regarding the transfer between stores and whether it has to go through that central location first, or whether it can go back and forth between the stores?
So, and I don't want to speak for Rosemont or the sponsor, but being a stakeholder and expressing the distributor's views as we try to find some balance and common ground to assist Rosemont and other commonly owned stores and transfer of wines, our focus really was on that balance and ensuring that if they were to have additional capacity, that we put some level of backroom storage limits on it so that we didn't create an issue of warehousing. But when it comes to specific transfers, and Rosemont's more specifically, they do want to be able to transfer wines from their retail store front footage, but have a storage facility for an additional capacity. So as I understood it, they do want to transfer from their footprint, but that we are limiting the additional wine capacity for storage to one of their locations and at 750.
Thank you, Ms. Timberlake. Does that help, Barb? And I want to give Director Minio the opportunity to respond to that as well. But any questions for Ms. Timberlake?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay, Director Minio, did you have a similar interpretation, or?
Exactly. That's exactly the interpretation that Larry Sambor and I had sitting in on the work with the working group. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Are you all set, Representative Woodman?
Yes, for now, thanks.
Okay, all right. Representative Sapika.
Thank you. I guess I was just kind of echoing Barb's questions, and I'll just say that when I first heard this bill, the first thing I thought of was like a small mom and pop store that might be trying to grow and have a couple of locations, which I've worked at these types of delis and wine stores before, and you get a call from somebody across town and they got to make a gift basket and they're like, we don't have this wine. Do you have it in stock? And so, the manager just drives it over, and so it seems like this bill won't really kind of give that sort of flexibility to a small business owner. And I could be wrong, and I'll just leave it at a couple things. That seems like it's this trying to close a loophole is making it a little bit more complicated, but I could be, wrong in that, in my understanding. And then finally, if this is what the stakeholders were came to and their consensus, I'll support that. But, I don't want to make it so that like we're encumbering, small business owners who are just trying to.
But I think we lost part of your testimony there, Representative Sapika. I think we lost you at you didn't want to encumber the small businesses, which I would
No,
agree.
I don't want to encumber small businesses, because that was initially when I heard this bill, what I was kind of the most supportive of. I don't know if you heard the beginning of that, but I am interested in the stakeholders that work to a consensus on this, but it seems that in some ways it's kind of becoming overly complicated and cutting out like that ability to have that flexibility to just transfer a bottle of wine within the same distribution district,
So I didn't see that as encumbering the two locations. If they apply to the program, they'll have to apply just like Rosemont or any other group would. And then once they're in the system, as long as they're meeting those requirements of having the same distributor network, then I think they're okay. But I will defer to Janet if there is anything that would contradict that in statute, the way it's proposed.
So if I could clarify what you're saying, and what I believe I'm hearing is possibly, and we'll find out if this is true, in order to actually do that, you just have to apply to be the kind of store that can do that. And we don't have restrictions on how many stores or what you can and can't do. You just have to say, I want to be able to transfer, a couple bottles of wine within district, if I'm hearing what might be correct.
And the restriction would be the amount of extra storage you could have in order to meet that accommodation. Yes.
No more than 750 square feet.
Correct. In one designated location. It has to be designated. So you couldn't have 750 in each one of the locations. That was very important for the stakeholders.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to have multiple stores that could transfer between each other in the same district.
Right. You would have one central location that all the distributors would deliver to. And then that one retailer can distribute to the same owned entity within that distributor's geography. If I'm paraphrasing that correctly, Ms. Timberlake or Director Minio, please, if I'm not correct for that, please let me know, because you're right, Representative Speaker, it gets a little complicated. So we wanted to make sure that we were very clear with our accommodations.
Sure. Mr. Chair, if I may jump in, I think we should use the word transfer, because if we use the word distribute, then it sounds like they're distributors and they're not. And this is probably where the director in the stakeholder meeting, which I did attend, accused me of sounding like a regulator. I said, that's perfectly fine. Sometimes I could play that. But yeah, it's not as expansive as you might think, but it's also not terribly restrictive to apply and get this provision.
Janet, did you want to jump in? I'm sorry.
So now I'm a little confused. I think the way I drafted it was there's one location that has the storage facility. I believe everybody agrees to that. And that location is where it sounds like the one place was, because that's where all the deliveries are made, and then they can send it out. What I'm less clear about is whether once it's sent out, the other locations can transfer amongst each other. At one point, it sounded like people wanted that, but then when you just described it, Representative Cazzo, you didn't say that. So I just want to make sure, do you want me to change the proposed amendment to allow that or not? That's all.
I would say that to transfer within, unless there's opposition, and if it requires another meeting again, we certainly can do that. But I would say change it to give them the flexibility to transfer amongst those stores, unless there's an immediate opposition or there's a big red flag from Director Minio or Ms. Timberlake, because I think that was the initial intent, was to give Rosemont that flexibility, not just from the central spot, but between stores. So unless I am misinterpreting that, and Senator Hickman, weigh in as well, you were in the same meeting, so.
Yeah, I think that there was a conversation, and I won't misquote someone who's here, about tracking returns. And that in order to track returns, you really did need to go back to that 750 square foot sort of mini center.
Backroom area.
Yeah, I won't call it a distribution center, but that's the reason why I don't think that flexibility was being allowed for at the recipient end of that transfer.
So, and I interpreted that probably incorrectly to mean that's for returns to the distributor, not for track and trace between the retail locations. That as long as the liquor inspector could verify where that product was at that time in their POS system, then that was sufficient to meet the regulatory requirements. But I guess I'll ask you, Director Minio, is that not accurate?
No, my understanding is pretty much the way Senator Hickman just said it. Larry Sandberg and I have been texting back and forth, and he can certainly speak for himself. But that is our understanding. That I think I used the word hub on the call. It would be a hub, if you will, with the 750 square feet attached to the retail space. That is our understanding. I think by going the other way, we're allowing more than one store to transfer within the assigned district.
That's correct.
It would then add to the traceability requirements, we think, of that. And I want Larry to weigh in on that. I think it would be a heavier lift for us to do that. And I think then the returnables and all that types of thing, that does also come into play when you go beyond allowing the hub to do that. Larry, did I say that correctly? Would you mind please weighing in? If it's okay with the chair?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, well, our understanding was it would be one centralized hub that would have 750 square feet of storage. And as the satellite locations desired to have product transferred to them, they would reach out to that location and there would be a transfer. You're going to exponentially add gray hair to my head if we start just transferring amongst all the different stores.
Exactly.
All right. So I certainly stand corrected, but I think to Representative Wood's point earlier, if let's say Wyndham is the hub and Scarborough is a store and Portland has a store, Portland has a product that Scarborough wants, they would have to transfer that to the hub in Wyndham and then from the hub back out to Scarborough. Is that what I'm hearing? Or that's not possible? I guess I would say to Director Minio, sorry, yeah.
Or the hub store orders the product from the wholesaler and has it there in the warehouse, made available. And by the way, one more thing onto that. These stores are very sophisticated. Rosemont they know how their business works. They know what sells. They know the high traction items. They're going to have ample supply of the products that may become necessary to transfer to some of the other locations within the designated area. Kendall Jackson's of the world and Yellowtail and all that kind of thing. They're gonna have those products there. I don't see many situations, I wouldn't think, where they would say, uh-oh, we don't have that case of Cabernet or something like that. But if that happens, they can get it from the wholesaler. That's my opinion.
Mr. Sanborn.
Yes. We're going to recognize that there's going to be a unique set of circumstances where the centralized location is going to be out of a 1982 bottle of Chateau Margaux. And it's going to be in Scarborough and South Portland wants it. So we're going to have to try to figure out how to manage that, whether we do the paper transfer and let them deliver it, but I'm not sure that we want to just give them carte blanche transfer. They should, I think, as I understand it, be trying to
obtain all of their inventory from their centralized location, unless there's a unique incident in which maybe we need to be genteel here at the Bureau and help aid and assist what it is they're trying to accomplish.
I would appreciate that, because I think part of their request was, their initial request anyway, was not just having the ability to have that hub and distribute out, or excuse me, and deliver to their individual retail stores. It was some of the flexibility of moving product between those stores in those circumstances, which I think you mentioned, Mr. Sanborn, of Scarborough doesn't have it, South Portland does. They have to bring it to Wyndham. Wyndham's got to bring it to Scarborough. If that's what they need to do, that's fine. But I would be a little, I guess I would be a little bit concerned speaking for them until they had an opportunity to weigh into that too, because I think that's a little different. So if the Bureau is willing to again, maybe address that in some kind of rulemaking or something, I think that, you know, that might be sufficient. But I know we wanted to keep everything in statute, or as much of it in statute as we could. Right.
We would prefer it in statute. I think we mentioned that.
Right.
That's certainly up to the committee.
So it sounds like, and I don't know where you're going with this, Senator Hickman, but it sounds like we may want to recoup again and reach out and see if if the intent and the original bill sponsor is okay with that, then we're fine. If it's not, then we may have to convene again to try and work through that. Janet, sorry, I'll go with you first, Janet, because you're doing the drafting.
So I just wanted to point out that if you decide not to require this hub model where all the bottles have to come from the hub, and I understand that Larry Sanborn proposed sort of a case by case basis, unique, you know, that could be in rules or that could be in statute. We could worry about the language. But if you literally just wanted free transfer among, then you need to do something about the storage area, because I would imagine every branch has some place that's not just the shelf out front where they are storing wine. And the only thing that the proposed amendment does is say that the hub can have no more than 750 square feet. So you would need to put some kind of limitation in on the other ones if you want to prevent the warehousing, if that's a concern that you have, because otherwise they would just move everything out of the hub into the 3,000 square foot back room in the other location and they'd be fine. So that would just need to be worked out if you don't want to go with the hub model and maybe the unique case by case exception model.
Senator Hickman, I'll let you leapfrog the line.
Thank you. I'll float this publicly. It's no surprise because I did mention it to Chairman Chiazzo. The more we talk about this was introduced by one retailer. I don't know if this has ever been introduced in the past by any other, which isn't to say no other retailer would take advantage of this. But I did float the idea that this could be a pilot program with Rosemont for a certain amount of time to see how it works. And if it works, then it becomes for everyone. So I just float that for everyone to hear because I didn't want to just say it in private.
Janet, did you have something else? No, okay. Then I'll go through the order then. Senator Miramont.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So a couple things. It now seems to me that if you participate in this, your individual stores lose the ability to just order what their product is. And even within Portland could have very different clientele and could be ordering very different things. And the ability to just order things in that are for that store, that sell well in that store, is more important if you have to now have everything delivered in one place and then set up transport for bringing things to the other store in every case. You know, that store B needs this product. It has to go to store A and then be delivered. In every case, that makes no sense to me. I don't know why anybody would sign on to that, except as Senator Hickman's statements were the ones that made the most sense so far. Make it a pilot project for this one store that it seems like it would work for, because they have a delivery force within a certain wholesale region. And it is interesting because I thought I heard you say if they needed it, they could transfer it from one store to the other, but they had to have it delivered to the 750 foot storage center. But then they could go from one store to another if needed. And I thought that's what Director Minio had affirmed and what someone else had said. So we're, this is the most unclear bill I've worked on in a long time. It could be me, but I don't think it's just me. And I see people who have been on it for a while it's not coming that clear to. So generally, we definitely have to do something to sort it out, because as it is, I wouldn't support it. And I don't know why small retailers with just a couple of stores would either. Thank you.
Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I need some clarification, or maybe I have it right and I don't like it. But Representative Sapika mentioned something about the little guy. And if I understand this right, this hub, or whatever you want to call it, the 750 square feet of a company, now they can only transfer within their own stores. Is that correct? They can't give, like Representative Sapika said, if you have a little store over here that can, and has a product, but somebody wants one of their wines, they don't have it in their store, say around the corner, that's not going to be able to happen with this bill. Is that correct?
Who are you asking, Representative? Or are you just making the statement?
Anybody, I guess I can answer that question. You were on the stakeholders. I'm going to tell you at this point, I don't know who wanted this, but I don't like any of it. It's the first time anything like this has happened. I don't know if it's a problem for one store requesting it. If we're going to help the little guy, I would look further into it. But anything, I just would say ought not to pass, and let's just move on. It's too complicated, I feel, at this point. And like I said, if you're not going to help the little guy around the corners helping each other, the bigger companies can afford to put a case of that wine in their store, as far as I'm concerned. That's what I have to say, and thank you.
Janet?
But I would like clarification.
Oh, sorry.
Is it within their, I'm sorry. I guess I do want clarification one way or the other. If this is going to be a specific store, transferring it to one of their other stores, but nobody else, other stores otherwise.
Yes, the initial intent.
Is that correct?
Yes, the initial intent was not, they can't sell to another store. So if you've got two stores that aren't owned by the same company or the same individual, they can't transfer between each other. That's what the distributors do. This was really meant to be kept within the one owner situation. So if you have one person that owns two locations, then they would be able to transfer between them. They couldn't transfer to the third corner store that somebody else owned because they don't have that particular product. They would still have to go back to the distributor for that.
And buy a whole case, not just a bottle. Is that correct?
No.
Probably,
no, right.
Cheryl. No, they can just buy a bottle. Okay.
Correct. The price points are higher by the bottle than they are. Sorry, Representative. The price points are higher by the bottle than they are by the case. They get a, and those prices are published, and they have to be the same prices to everybody. So it wouldn't necessarily give one group an advantage. I understand that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Jan, did you want to jump in?
I just wanted to clarify what the proposed amendment does, because I've heard some statements sound a little confused. Maybe everybody's straightened out now. And you can absolutely change it. Just to remind you, this is your bill. You can do what you want with it. But the proposed amendment does not limit any location anywhere from ordering whatever it wants from the wholesaler. They can do that. Nothing about this bill changes that. Even if they go through this process and get this authority, every location can order from the wholesaler. That's current law. That's not amended. This is an additional authority on top of that that would grant, if there's a group of commonly owned stores, they could pick one location that's going to have a storage area of up to 750 square feet that is still at the retail premises, not a separate facility. And that location itself applies to the Bureau and says, can I have authority to transfer these wine products that are to these other stores that are commonly owned and that are in the same distributor's territory for that particular product? And the way it's drafted and what I understand Bablo to say it wanted, so at least some people and the stakeholders thought that's what it would do, was it would only be transfers from the hub. There is a question, I think you're right, Representative Dolph, it is a little confusing because there is a question whether there was supposed to also be the authority once the commonly owned chain gets approval from Bablo to transfer amongst each other, even if it doesn't go through the hub. And I agree that is outstanding. And I'm sorry if I misunderstood the stakeholders on that.
No, and it could be me, Janet, because that's why that's what kicked off this whole derailment process was probably my misunderstanding. So I brought Representative Crockett in as well. He's the original bill sponsor, and he may be able to attest to the intent of the request came from one of his constituents. So Representative Crockett, and I'll get to Jay and Representative McCrate and Representative Wood in a second. So the question has come up, Representative Crockett, that there's some confusion which I have generated around would the retailer, so in this instance Rosemont, if they designate Portland as their hub and they have a product in Scarborough, but the product is wanted in South Portland, was the intent to be able to transfer the product from Scarborough to South Portland? Or was it to basically have it still come out of the hub and then go to South Portland and not be able to go between locations? I thought it was, but that's there's some consensus building that that was not what the perceived intent was. So I just want to clarify that if we could.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate you asking these probing questions to, just to muddy it even further. That's actually it's an interesting scenario that we didn't talk about in our workshop. The intent of the bill is you would move the product within, same owned stores from the storage hub, if you will, to your other stores. Now, we talked about all returns coming back to the hub in order to be processed. So I would think, and I will defer to Greg or Cheryl on this, I would think before you transferred from a non-hub store to another non-hub store, it would need to go back to the hub. Just from a paper trail tracking purpose. But I'll defer to Greg and Cheryl on that if that's the proper paper trail.
I think before you jumped on, Representative, that's exactly what we said. Our understanding was the way you said it. I think Cheryl said it the same way, that the product would come from the hub to the like-owned stores within the designated wholesaler area, right? That's what I thought the stakeholders wanted, including Rosemont representative, the retailers. You were not on when we presented the other idea of this sort of free transfer among like-owned stores that are not necessarily the hub. Larry was kind of rubbing his head and talking about the additional gray hair he was going to get if that was allowed, because then it would be that much more tracking, tracing, and whatnot amongst the free transfer. The other thing that I did say was that if there's a product that one store needs in a like-owned group in a designated area that the hub doesn't have, the hub can just order the product And then the hub can then take it and then ship it or transfer it to that store. And as somebody else mentioned before, I think Janet said that, none of this disqualifies a licensed retailer for selling beer and wine to order their product from the wholesaler. They can do that whenever they want. If it's more expedient to use the transfer process that this bill proposes, then they can do that by using the hub. I hope I didn't confuse it more, but that was my understanding.
Was that, and again, and I apologize, I'm probably the one creating all of this angst, because my understanding was part of the part of the request was to have that whether it goes through the hub or it goes directly, was to have that flexibility of operations to go from one retail store to the other. And I understand the need to go through the hub for tracking, but I guess my question, Director Mineo, is it sounds like that would not be allowed, or the department would be uncomfortable allowing that the way it's not written that way, according to Janet, and the department would not be comfortable allowing that. You would rather have it go one way out of the hub only, not back in.
The only discomfort there, again, in the policy is not our issue. The only discomfort there is the capacity to manage the process. Now, if somebody mentioned a pilot program, if you decide on a pilot program and Rosemont is the pilot, then the committee may want to consider this free, I'm using the word free loosely, transfer among the like-owned stores within a designated area. And maybe that's the way we get learnings from that. That might be something that is doable, as opposed to making it law for anybody and everybody to do this in like-owned organizations with stores, because then Larry would definitely get more gray hair and probably start losing hair. So Larry, did you want to weigh in? Because that was my thought. I'd like to hear what you have to say, if it's okay with the chair, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Larry?
Yeah, I would be concerned about, I use too much street stuff, the willy-nilly movement. You know, the Scarborough store calls the Sanford store, hey, I need a bottle of this. I know Susie's going to work a shift down here. Would you send it down? You're going to have a whole bunch of documentary processes that are going to make life hard for us. So one of the things that I recognize is that, you know, this Chateau Margaux 1982 that the Scarborough store doesn't have but needs, and the warehouse is out, the centralized ordering center is out, and the Sanford store's got it. Well, maybe there's some sort of remedy with permission of the Bureau, with written permission of the Bureau, we may allow a special kind of transfer. We do that over on the agency side of it. You know, with written permission of the Bureau, an agency store, we'll take the Big Apple, may transfer a case of Jack Daniels from their Oxford store to their South Paris store. They tell us what it is, they tell us the quantity, and we notify them, yeah, go ahead, do it.
So again, not to muddy the waters, but just so I'm clear, there's no accommodation for that right now, the way the statute is written. And that wasn't something that we talked about in the stakeholders, because I want to make sure I'm not just really messing this up and confusing this, because it sounds like the original question came from Representative Wood, I think it was, of, well, I thought they would be able to transfer back and forth between the two. And my understanding was that was part of the initial intent as well. So it sounds like, if I can muddy it up even more, it sounds like we need to make that consideration. And the question is do we do it with a pilot program, as Senator Hickman suggested, or do we try and address it in some kind of language or something? So Representative McCray, you've been extremely patient, so thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not that patient, actually. I'm making faces. I was going to ask the sponsor to come in, so I'm glad that happened. But to me, this seemed like a pretty simple bill, but it isn't anymore. My interest, and I co-sponsored, was to be supportive of small business, and I thought it sounded logical the way I understood it. I have a couple questions. One is, ordering from the distributor, as Director Minio mentioned, is it like auto supply where a store is out of it and somebody goes and picks it up from the Napa and brings it to where it goes? Or is it a lengthier process of, I put in an order, I get it in a few days or a week or something like that? That's one question, but I have more.
I think that's really a question for Cheryl Timberlake. Cheryl, I think
I'm just wondering how fluid it is. That's all.
Cheryl.
So-
yeah, Ms. Timberlake, please.
Absolutely. Appreciate the question, Representative McCree. So the distributors have a sales team and they're in the field and they work with all their retail accounts, both on and off premise, to figure out what are your customers' needs, and it changes. And so we are very diligent to ensure that we know what your order is and we get it to you on a timely basis. And each account is different. They each have a different system by which they want deliveries, both in terms of time of day and time of week, and it depends on their geographic footprint. So it's our goal and our responsibility to accommodate our retailers. They're our partners at the end of the day. We want adult consumers to have our beverages. So if we have it in the warehouse and we've got the order, we'll make the delivery.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand that that wasn't a barrier. It sounds like.
I certainly hope not.
Representative Crockett nodding. The other question I have is I really like Senator Hickman's suggestion of a pilot. I don't think this is the only business that would benefit, but it is the business we heard from if a pilot makes sense. The question I have, though, I think Senator Hickman presented it as have a pilot to try it, and we're still not clear what it is. We know that it is an important word, right? So I don't think we're there yet. I'm resonating too with what Representative Supika said. I don't want to do anything that inadvertently or because we misunderstand or are trying to do something that would hurt, that we hurt somebody from doing something that they've been able to do. And I understood Representative Supika saying a mom and pop store, they've expanded to another location in town. It's in the same distribution area. I don't think you said that, but I think that's what we've learned about this, that they'd be able to send a bottle over. I'm not clear whether that's possible now. I'm not clear whether it's possible later, but I just want to say that I don't want to do harm. That's all. And again, it seemed like a really good idea, and I want to make sure we keep it a good idea, whatever we decide to do. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with my patience and lack thereof.
No, thank you, Representative McCree. And I'm sorry that I've overcomplicated this way beyond the point of necessity. So thank you for that. Representative Wood.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just want to say, I don't think you've overcomplicated things or muddied the waters. I think that we all have questions before additional mud got stirred around. My question at this point is, who was on the stakeholders group? Actually, my real question is, was the owner of Rosemont part of the stakeholder group? But I'm curious about the whole team, who was on that.
Yeah, Janet, do you have the list in front of you? I know you mentioned it before.
These are the people I wrote down. I may have missed somebody. We had Cheryl Timberlake and Doug Sullivan from the Maine Beer and Wine Distributors Association, Representative Crockett, Joe Watson from Rosemont Market and Bakery. I don't know if he's the owner, but I know he's from there. Greg Minio and Laura Sanborn from Babelo, Christine Cummings from the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association, and Senator Hickman. And I didn't write you down, Representative Chiazzo, but you were definitely there.
Because we had similar outcomes there that we're having now. So thank you, Janet. Does that help, Representative Wood?
Yeah, it does help. I'm glad to know that Rosemont was in some way represented and they're okay with this. So I feel like I want to make a bigger deal out of it, but they're the ones that sort of came forward to Representative Crockett to ask to do this. And if they're okay with the way it's set up, maybe we do a pilot. We keep tagging on to Senator Hickman that maybe we do a pilot. I think they're a good business to do it with because we know they've got many locations. I'm just, I'm coming from a distribution background at LL Bean where we move stuff all the time, and we have a system that in fact does that, but that system is expensive. And most mom and pop places, it would be much harder for them to do the tracking of where the product's going. So I feel much better now knowing Rosemont was part of the conversation. And I think I would definitely support doing a pilot and see what all the intricacies are.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Wood. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Starting to see a pattern between UT and here. I'm keeping you away from marine bills. But
you're the new player, Senator, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, there's two common denominators, sorry. And just a quick overview, I'm trying to step back. What difference does it make if a licensee orders a product into their store and they own other stores, and that bottle gets moved to one of their other stores and is sold legally to someone over 21 years old? What difference does it make?
Can you be more specific, Senator Miramont? Because I think I don't understand the question in terms of regulation, or in terms of tracking, or in terms of what?
I can answer that, Chairman, if you don't mind. I can I know what he's asking. I have a few comments to make. This is a new committee, meaning that there are a lot of people on this committee that really don't understand the three-tier system. I can't say I do. But the big deal is that there's a three-tier system. This is a control state, and that's what the regulatory apparatus is. Whether we like it or not, that's the way it is. And so because there's a three-tier system, that middle tier, the distributor, have a lot of power in the system. And the retailers order from them. So when this bill came to us, it sounds easy on its face, which everyone says, this is a great idea. But they're trying to do something that isn't really allowed in the three-tier system. And so this would be creating, I don't know, a tier and a half, somewhere in between the retailer and the wholesaler. Like there's this retailer that has these other outlets, so that we are saying, instead of them going always to the wholesaler, which may or may not be as flexible as they need it to be, disregarding the customer service that is offered by the wholesalers, that these same owners who own these retail outlets want this other option. And so Rosemont can see that some of its satellite retail outlets can really get from them what they have because they have it, instead of asking the wholesaler to deliver it to them. So that's what the big deal is. The big deal is you just can't let every spoke in the wheel transfer between each other, because then you're outside of a control state three-tier system. And so for any of us who haven't had that presentation, we may need to have it again and again and again and again, because it's not easy to understand. This is all set up as a response to the end of prohibition. So there is no free market in liquor, period, at least not in the state of Maine as a control state. So it looks simple on the page, and it's not. As far as the pilot program is concerned that I floated, I do want to make clear that maybe if there is a pilot program that the committee considers, that it's not just a single retailer, that there might be a limited number of retailers who have the parameters in their system set up, the point of sale, all this ease of tracking, so that what we're trying out isn't across the entire industry, but maybe people apply to become a part of the pilot, because this sounds like it's got a lot of moving parts. And so it will never be as easy as it sounds. Just goes to show, as we've seen all day today, that the liquor code is complicated by the tier system and by the regulations and by our interface with the federal government. So I'm saying a lot, I'm rambling a little bit, but I don't want to just choose Rosemont or think that that's the only place that might be a part of a pilot, because I don't think that's fair either. But I don't know that we can just do this wholesale without working out some quirks first, because we also don't want to put the regulator who is under-resourced behind the 8 ball. to mix my metaphors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for your Senator Miramon interpretation. I do appreciate that. I need help with that on a regular basis, so I do appreciate that. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to say Representative Hickman, because that's what I was used to. I'm sorry. Senator Hickman. Oh, we had quite a lesson on the 3-tier system in the 129th, which was very interesting. And I think he makes a great point. Number one, you can vote for a pilot program, but we don't even know where to start, what to do, how it's going to work. I mean, we're still all up. As he said, it looks easy on paper. So how are we going to even start a pilot program? And where do we start? And then I have to go on what the state of Maine is. And we have that 3-tier system. Somebody, and I don't know Rosemont or anybody else because I live over here in the woods and we don't have all those luxuries. That I just can't support this because it's going to make 3.5 tiers. And I don't think a pilot program's going to figure this out, because if it does, I truly believe this is going to open up. And I'm sorry, Cheryl, but little baby steps gets to a big step, and they're going to override the distributors and their customer service. And probably not my lifetime here in the house, but you're opening up a door that we do not allow. So I'm sorry, I won't even vote for a pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dolph. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to say that I definitely agree with Senator Hickman and Representative Dolph on this. I think stepping out of the 3-tier system, we would be chipping away at it with this. And I think that opens it up to, probably even more discussion in the future. And I'm not sure that's a path we necessarily want to go down. What's interesting to me in this bill right now is that we're really kind of talking about one business, and that's all we're talking about. And then we're going to the extent and saying, well, maybe we can do a pilot program for this one business. And, we're also talking about bottles of wine, here, not to just trivialize that, but, we're in the second session. This is an emergency session. We're supposed to be dealing with bills of an emergency nature. And to me, creating pilot programs for second session, or for one business in a second session of the legislature, that's just doesn't rise to an emergency nature. I do want to clarify with Chairman Chiazzo that in Wyndham, we're more box wine people. The whole idea of moving bottles around and everything else, we don't know what that is. We work in boxes over here. So thanks a lot.
I appreciate that, Representative Corey. And again, I don't cast stones. I'm a beer guy myself. So, and everybody knows it's blueberry now. So, that's something else we're going to talk about. So, Representative Dolph, did you have a follow-up? No. Representative Crockett, you're not on the committee, but I will recognize you because if there's more contributing information you could present, that would be appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Representative Castle, for that. And I apologize, obviously, I haven't been here for the whole discussion, and I wasn't even aware that a pilot program was being, considered. Although, as I've been listening, I do feel there's a lot of merit in that, simply on not the 3-tier side, but on the other side of this transaction is where, so that the distributors and the agencies like Bablo can get their arms around all the different things that may develop here. One thing I had asked you to keep in mind, I've been living in this business for the last 30 years. The distributors that we're talking about are my business partners with my soda business. And the idea that retailers are going to establish separate distributorships, you know, looks possible on paper, but the costs that are involved, because of our great system currently in the state of Maine, you can only get alcohol through the distributor network in the case of wine. That's not changing here at all. No one is going to set up their own additional warehousing or storage space in order to distribute within their own business. Having worked, for example, at Hannaford Corporate for 10 years, that just adds layers and layers of cost onto the whole inventory process. So I appreciate how, you know, we're diving into the weeds and we're looking to understand exactly what all the maybe unforeseen circumstances could be. But what this bill is really about, it is about a small business that right now is not being able to compete fairly with the bigger box, high traffic volume stores, like a Hannaford or a Shaw's or a Walmart in those bases. And I think it would be fine opening up a pilot just to get maybe more of the administrative piece on the back end under control. Hadn't thought about that. I think that's a valid idea. I really don't see here in the state of Maine at this time many other organizations, one, being able to do, because they don't have 2 or more locations within a distributor area, and 2, the economics of it is not favorable for those retailers to create their own warehousing type situation. So just wanted to add that perspective, you know, to the discussion. This is obviously a huge need for a business like a Rosemont that is very unique in the state right now, i.e. having multiple locations. And they cannot compete with the large box stores of Hannaford and Shaw's, which has, you know, 800,000 to $1 million a week of traffic coming through their stores. And it's a very healthy bill for small businesses. And ideally, hopefully, there will be more groups in Maine that can take it, you know, that can move in and take advantage of such an opportunity.
Excuse me. Thank you, Representative Crockett. Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, we spent a lot of time. We kicked this thing around today a lot, and I think we've uncovered some pretty unique discussion items. I originally started this morning being fairly supportive, thinking that with the amendment and the shareholders, as we've dug deeper into this, I mean, literally, and nothing against Rosemont, but we're talking about this effort for one situation. If we did that for every case in the 3-tier system and in the liquor system across the board, with every craft beer distributor or wine, whatever, we'd have 1,000 bills every session. So I'll just say this: if we move towards a vote today, I'll probably not be supportive. I would consider taking a little more time and doing some research if that's the way the committee goes, and keeping an open mind to track it down. But this is a lot of effort for a one-off.
Thank you, Senator Farren. Representative Harrington.
I just want to say I would definitely be in favor of some sort of pilot program. I think any effort we can make toward more free market solutions is a good thing for Maine and our economy. So I'm not sure who here would be willing to work with me on that, but definitely I would be in support of that.
Thank you, Representative Harrington. Representative Corey.
Yeah, I'll just say that the 3-tier system's not a free market system, and I'm just going to move forward and move and ought not to pass on this bill. Thank you.
So Representative
I'll
Corey has
second
moved.
it.
Representative Corey has moved ought not to pass. Senator Dolph has seconded. Discussion. So I guess I'll, sorry, Senator Hickman. You're muted, sir.
I move to table.
Senator Hickman has moved to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative McCrate. Sorry, Representative Speaker, I saw Representative McCrate's hand go up. Senator Hickman moves to table. Representative McCrate seconds. It is non-debatable. So Karen, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont. Senator Mearmont, absent. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate,
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley. Representative Riley, absent. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey,
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph,
No.
Representative Dolph, no. 9 voted in favor of the motion, 1 member voting opposed to the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Touche, Karen. Thank you. Thank you. 9 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposed. The motion to table is it carries. And if I believe that ends our work for today. Please tell me that's true, Janet, because there aren't enough A's in hangry to describe where I'm at right now. So I would love to be able to go grab some vittles. So any Senator Farren?
You mean when Senator Hickman went and got lunch and left you in charge in 10 minutes, he didn't bring you lunch back?
I have a distinct feeling that Senator Hickman will not make that mistake again based on the results of today's actions. So.
Okay. I would have had delivery for you.
It would be really hard for me to transfer food from here to there in the time frame.
They have delivery services, Senator. They have delivery services.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank the committee today for getting into the weeds of liquor law. You can see why we are trying to fix it to the extent that we can, and we still have bills that are presented to us that ask us to do other policy things, even as we try to fix the infrastructure. So this, I think, was a good, informative, educational day for all of us, as frustrated as it may be to our analysts from time to time, but it is, she does a great job, and we couldn't actually make any sense out of it without her. So we will be meeting on Friday at 10:30. Hopefully we won't have a very long day. It is Friday, but we'll work the bills and hopefully we can vote some out. And if we can't, we'll be here for a really long day next Wednesday, a week from today, because I want to get 60% of our bills voted to the extent that we can before the 11th, and we're not going to meet on the 11th. So with that, enjoy the rest of the afternoon and see you on Friday.